Half an hour later, Ma'in came to report. City Lord. There is no other demon race army within 1,000 miles, only that one. Yang Kai nodded and shouted. Send my order, prepare for battle. The horn sounded, and the roaring tiger city was operating at full speed. Nearly 200,000 cultivator were in charge of their own duties. Under the leadership of the people from the Emperor realm, they were arranged in square formations to guard all directions of the city wall. They were waiting for the demon race army to arrive before they attacked with all their might. Information was sent back from the spies outside. The demon race army kept approaching the roaring tiger city. It was obvious that they were going straight for the roaring tiger city. On the city wall, the atmosphere was solemn. Many people from the Emperor realm looked into the distance. The demon race army gradually appeared in their field of vision. Just as the information said, there were less than 1 million of them, because they were much fewer than last time. They were probably the army of the demon race that was defeated last time. However, it was this army that had suffered a great loss in the roaring tiger city. This time, it was valiant and full of vigor. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. Time passed slowly. The demon race army suddenly stopped when they were 50 miles away from the roaring tiger city. The army separated to the left and right. A figure, a demon flame stallion, walked out of the army unhurriedly. The demon flame stallion's hooves were burning with evil fire. It was full of evil energy. At first glance, it looked like a horse, but it was a few heads taller than an ordinary horse. It was extremely ferocious and majestic. On the back of the horse, the demon race was swaying as if it was drunk. It closed its eyes and slowly approached the roaring tiger city with its mount. Everyone was looking at this demon race. Many people frowned, because no one could see the depth of this demon race. At first glance, this demon race looked like an ordinary person. But at this time, why would an ordinary person come here to die? They could not see it, because this demon race's cultivation was unusually high. It was not until this moment that the demon race yawned and slowly opened its eyes. There seemed to be a flash of lightning. As the tightly closed eyelids opened, the world suddenly trembled. A great power descended from the sky like an invisible mountain. It pressed down on the chests of many people in the Emperor realm, making it difficult for them to breathe. A fake emperor, Li Jiao cried out in alarm. The faces of Gao Shueting and the others also changed. Yang Kai's expression was also very gloomy, although he already knew that the demon race would be prepared and might send out a fake emperor-level powerhouse. When such a fake emperor really appeared in front of him, Yang Kai still had a headache. Roaring Tiger City was not a big city. Logically, the demon race would not pay too much attention to it. However, Roaring Tiger City had won the previous 2 battles and killed countless enemies. It probably attracted the attention of the demon race, which was why they sent out a fake emperor-level powerhouse to deal with it. Sure enough, a tall tree attracts the wind. A fake emperor? The demon race obviously heard Li Jiao's words. He looked over and chuckled. His smile was clean and hearty, and coupled with the vicissitudes of life on his chin, he had a different kind of charm. He raised a finger and slowly shook it. Wrong, 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 very wrong. A fake emperor is just a name here. In the demon territory, someone like me is called a half-saint. Whether it was a fake emperor or a half-saint, they were just different names. They were existences that were only one step away from the great emperors and demon saint. They were not existences that could be stopped by the ordinary people in the emperor realm. Yang Kai bared his teeth and cursed Qiongqi 100 times in his heart. If this old man had not taken the initiative to bring Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to the Four Seasons realm, he would not have lacked high-end combat power. With the strength of Qiongqi and Lu Yan, the half-saint in front of him would not have an easy time. Now that the enemy had sent out a half-saint, he and his embodiment had to go all out to deal with it. Even if the remaining people of Roaring Tiger City could win against the demon race, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. What's more, whether they could win or not was still unknown. He had contributed a lot to the previous 2 victories. This time, without him, Roaring Tiger City's combat power would definitely be reduced sharply. The half-saint suddenly pointed at Li Jiao and laughed arrogantly. Old man, since you have a lot to say, come out and die first. I can give you a quick death. Li Jiao's face darkened when he heard this. Just because he said something, he wanted to be the first to die? What kind of logic is this? Yang Kai said indifferently, Your Excellency is really arrogant. Whether it's a fake emperor or a half-saint, if you want us to die, you have to show some real ability. Hearing this, the half-saint immediately tilted his head and looked over. His hawk-like eyes were extremely sharp, piercing people's skin. He gently nodded and said, You will be the second to die. Then he reached out and pointed at the others one by one. You will be the third, you will be the fourth, he chattered for a long time, making everyone angry. It was as if they were really going to die one by one under his command. As he pointed, the half-saint of demon race suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He raised his finger and couldn't point anymore. He squeezed his eyes hard and looked at a certain place on the city wall for a long time without saying a word. Everyone on the city wall was at a loss. They followed his gaze and didn't know what he saw. After a while, the half-saint withdrew his hand and said with an embarrassed smile, I suddenly remembered that this king still has something important to do. And it was easy to feel that he was doing this on purpose to lure everyone out of the city. And trotted back was already very difficult to deal fast speed. If they lost the protection of the array, Li Jiao and the others were all stunned. Realm, they all felt that there was something wrong with this half-saint wasn't the only one who had this concern. He came with such an aggressive aura and even said such big words. Trust me. But in the end, Gao Shueting hesitated for a moment before turning her head and shouting. Could it be that he was pretending? With a rumble, the great city barrier array was activated. Emperors could not be profound and complex. The current situation was too strange, and the light of the bloodthirst technique and life change shone. They all turned to look at Yang Kai. The army in the city. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he immediately made up his mind. He shouted, "Activate the array and kill the enemy." Gao Shueting hurriedly said, "Yang Kai, be careful of a trap." The half-saint's actions were too strange. Chapter 34:20. Although it took some time to use bloodlust and life chains on the roaring Tiger City cultivator, Yang Kai soon caught up with the half-saint of demon race. Under the shocked gazes of Li Jiao and the others, Yang Kai raised the myriad sword and slashed downwards. The half-saint of demon race didn't even raise his head, but it was as if he had eyes on the top of his head. With a flick of his finger, he accurately hit the back of the myriad sword. With a ding sound, a powerful force was transmitted, and the myriad sword almost flew out of his hand. Yang Kai was secretly shocked by the strength of this demon race. The law of space fluctuated, turning the space around the enemy into an invisible cage. The demonic flame cult's movements suddenly stopped, and flames erupted from its body. It struggled with all its might, but it was as slow as a turtle crawling. Under the solid space, even if this demonic beast was strong, it was difficult for it to regain its freedom. The pitch-black moon blade slashed down, but the half-saint of demon race grabbed the moon blade with a backhand grab, and with a slight force the moon blade shattered. The next moment he leapt up, completely unrestrained by the law of space, and soared into the sky. Yang Kai whispered, "Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream." Time seemed to stop at this moment, and the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal slammed down on the half-saint. The half-saint of demon race showed a rare look of surprise, and flames suddenly erupted from his body. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, and the space was distorted by the heat. He raised his hand, and a ball of flames met the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal head-on. The two collided in midair, producing a violent sound, and then disappeared. With a mournful cry, the demonic flame cult was shaken by the aftermath of the attack, and fell to the ground dead. The half-saint of demon race looked down at his mount and bared his teeth, a pained expression on his face. Clang! The clear sound of a bell rang out as the quaint mountains and rivers bell spun and flew out. It expanded in the wind, and covered the half-saint demon with the power to suppress heaven and earth. "Good treasure!" the half-saint of demon race shouted. His eyesight was quite good, and he immediately saw through the mountains and rivers bell's extraordinary power. His figure turned into a mass of flames as he dodged left and right in the air, avoiding the suppression force of the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and with a flicker assault, he appeared above Huang Xiaolong's head. Then he stretched out his hand, which transformed into a dragon claw shadow, and clawed at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's palm grasped at thin air. A half-saint was comparable to a fake emperor, so how could it be so easy to deal with him? However, after being attacked by Yang Kai again and again, the half-saint of demon race seemed to be a little angry. He stepped on the mountains and rivers bell, and an irresistible force erupted. The mountains and rivers bell fell to the ground with a loud bang, causing cracks to appear one after another. The half-saint of demon race stood proudly in the air, looked at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, that's enough. If you attack again, this king won't be polite to you anymore." Yang Kai grinned at him and waved his hand, releasing the embodiment, and looked at him meaningfully. "What are you worried about?" The half-saint laughed. "What does this king need to worry about? It's just that this king has something important to do, so he can't be bothered to deal with you. Since you have no scruples, then let's fight." Yang Kai roared. Dragon transformation. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky, and Yang Kai's figure suddenly swelled. Short horns grew on his head, and the exposed skin on his body was covered in dragon scales. His hands completely transformed into dragon claws, and a long dragon tail appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's body changed greatly, and he suddenly turned into a 300-meter-tall behemoth. His head reached the sky, his feet touched the ground, and his nostrils spewed hot air. His dragon breath swept out, and the wind and clouds changed color. The half-saint of demon race put his hand in front of his forehead and looked up, and his face twitched. "Good boy." Yang Kai opened his mouth and roared, and a golden ball of light shot towards the half-saint of demon race. The golden light was dazzling, and almost covered the light of the sun in the sky. When it hit the ground, it spread out with a loud bang, and the whole world lost its color. A deafening explosion sounded, and the earth trembled unceasingly. After the golden light disappeared, A large hole with a diameter of 300 meters appeared on the ground, and the half-saint of demon race was nowhere to be seen. In the distance a voice sounded. Remember, this king's name is Baizhua. I will teach you a lesson another day. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in the direction of the source of the voice, and his face became gloomy. He ran away. That half-saint unexpectedly ran away. Yang Kai immediately felt powerless, as if he had punched cotton. If they really fought, even if he transformed into a 300 meters long dragon and joined forces with his embodiment, he still wouldn't be his opponent. But this time, he was facing a half-saint, so Yang Kai didn't dare to hold back in the slightest. But what he didn't expect was that the other side would retreat so quickly, and didn't even pay attention to the hundreds of thousands of demon race's soldiers. What was the meaning of this? As such, he somewhat confirmed a guess in his heart. If the half-saint wanted to run away, even if Yang Kai had the space divine technique, he couldn't do anything. He had nowhere to vent his fighting spirit, so he could only turn his gaze to the hundreds of thousands of demon race's soldiers. This army of several 100,000 was indeed the one that had been crippled the last time. This time, they had come aggressively under the leadership of the semi-sage devil. They had wanted to avenge their previous disgrace. However, they hadn't expected that the semi-sage devil wouldn't care about their life and death, and would take the lead in withdrawing. Nearly 200,000 cultivators from Roaring Tiger City had already rushed up. In the wilderness, the two armies instantly clashed. History repeated itself. This demon race's army was already defeated by Roaring Tiger City, and they dared to come today because they had a half-saint with them. Now that the half-saint had openly left, they had completely lost their backbone. So how could they still have the will to fight? As soon as they came into contact with each other, they were defeated like a landslide, and were utterly defeated. On the other hand, Roaring Tiger City's army was full of vigor, and they were like wolves and tigers. Under the leadership of nearly 200 cultivators from the Emperor realm, they kept on killing. When Yang Kai and his Dharmakaya rushed into the battlefield, the outcome of the battle was even less suspenseful. His huge body was a very eye-catching landmark even in a battlefield of millions. The demon race all retreated, but Yang Kai rushed wherever there were the most people. With a casual slap or sweep of his tail, a demon race member would be killed. After a long time, the noisy battlefield finally quieted down. The cultivator who was still alive looked around and saw that the demon race was no longer around, and only their own people were bathed in blood. Cheers rang out, and went straight to the ninth heaven. Yang Kai had already dispersed his dragon form, and returned to his original appearance. He stood in the void and looked around. In all directions, inexplicable forces were converging toward him. Each force was insignificant, but when hundreds of thousands of them gathered, they formed an extremely terrifying force wave. A tiger's roar was heard, and a giant tiger suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. It was very lifelike and had a gloomy aura. Yang Kai looked back, and had a strange look on his face. The giant tiger was not a physical entity, so he could not explain it clearly, but he felt that he could mobilize the giant tiger's power for his own use. If he absorbed the giant tiger into his body at a critical moment, his strength would definitely increase explosively. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the giant tiger. Many people were confused and did not know what the illusory figure that suddenly appeared meant, but they felt that the illusory figure of the giant tiger was closely connected to them. Military momentum. Li Jiao raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. Yang Kai looked at him and asked, "What's military momentum?" Li Jiao replied excitedly, "It's the momentum that can only be gathered when the army is united. I've seen some records in an ancient book, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. Brother Yang, since the military momentum has appeared, it means that the 100,000 people in Roaring Tiger City have united as one. This is even rarer than a million-strong army." Gao Shueting nodded and said, "It's difficult for a military force to appear. Only when everyone has absolute confidence in the commander will there be a chance for it to appear." Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "I feel that I can use this giant tiger to increase my strength." Li Jiao nodded and said, "That's right. Military momentum is hard to come by, but it's also very useful. There hasn't been a large-scale battle in the astral boundary for so many years. So naturally, no military momentum has been born. My roaring tiger city is very likely to be the first place to give birth to a military momentum. Yang Kai said happily. This is good news. Li Jiao laughed and said, with Brother Yang's ability and such a military momentum, my roaring tiger city will have nothing to fear even if a half-saint comes next time. Yang Kai and his Dharmakaya were already very strong when they joined forces against that half-saint called Baizhua. Even if they weren't a match for him, they wouldn't be too far behind. If this military momentum was also increased, they could at least be on par with Baizhua. They might even be slightly better. Roaring Tiger City won 3 battles, and all of them were great victories. This made everyone in Roaring Tiger City have a kind of bone-deep trust in Yang Kai. It was also natural for them to gather in military momentum. This was the recognition of more than 100,000 soldiers to Yang Kai. It was the convergence of more than 100,000 people's strength. How could he be underestimated? Just as Li Jiao said, having such a military momentum of more than 100,000 people was even rarer than an army of 1,000,000. The facts also proved this point. So what if the demon race had an army of 1,000,000 people? Weren't they still scared witless by the people of Roaring Tiger City? Last time they killed 300,000 people. This time, it would be even more, because less than 200,000 people from the demon race fled miserably, leaving some people to clean up the battlefield and count the casualties. Yang Kai went straight back to the mayor's mansion. Yu Rumeng came up to him and looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. You have the bloodline of the dragon race? If Yang Kai hadn't transformed into a 300-foot-long dragon this time, she wouldn't have known about it. However, when the 300-foot-long dragon swept across the battlefield, anyone who wasn't blind could see it. Naturally, Yu Rumeng also saw it clearly. Yang Kai grinned and reached out to pinch her smooth chin. He raised it slightly and said, "What's wrong? Are you having a crush on me?" Yu Rumeng slapped his big hand away and said angrily, "Stop it." Yang Kai bent down, picked her up and strode inside. "What are you doing?" Yu Rumeng squirmed. "My husband has returned from a battle. Naturally, he needs you to help him bathe and change his clothes." Yu Rumeng couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Whose husband are you?" Yang Kai looked down at her. "You don't want to?" Yu Rumeng curled her lips. Yang Kai put her down and shouted, "Fu Ling!" Fu Ling rushed over like a whirlwind, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. "What orders does brother-in-law have?" Yu Rumeng hurriedly said, "Nothing, he just wants to ask if you are injured." Fu Ling pursed her lips and smiled. "Thank you, brother-in-law, for your concern. I am fine." Yu Rumeng nodded. "It's good that you are fine." After saying that, she held Yang Kai's hand and walked into the inner hall. Chapter 34:21. The situation in Roaring Tiger City became treacherous after this battle. For half a year, no army of the demon race visited. Perhaps they were afraid of Roaring Tiger City's power, or for some other reason. But the demon race seemed to have forgotten about Roaring Tiger City. Instead, the nearby cities were constantly attacked by the demon race. In the first 2 months, Yang Kai did not dare to act rashly, lest he gave the demon race an opportunity. However, as time passed, after confirming that the demon race would never come to Roaring Tiger City again, Yang Kai took the initiative to attack with the army of Roaring Tiger City. If the demon race doesn't attack the city, I can go out and fight them, right? Thanks to the 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City, the nearby cities were in danger several times, but they survived the crisis with the support of Roaring Tiger City and killed countless enemies. The army of Roaring Tiger City was established, and there were as many as 100 to 200 soldiers in the Emperor realm. Wherever they went, they were invincible, and their fame spread far and wide. Nowadays, the major cities in the Western Territory would send a request for help to Roaring Tiger City as soon as possible if they were not able to defend themselves. With the space magic circle and the sealed world bead, Yang Kai's reinforcements came and went very quickly, turning the tide many times. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City performed well under the leadership of Yang Kai, the overall situation was not optimistic for the astral boundary. In half a year, the Western Territory had lost a lot of territory. Hundreds of cities had fallen, and countless people had died on the battlefield. The invasion of the demon race was unstoppable. At this rate, the entire Western Territory would fall in less than 5 years. By then, the demon race would use the Western Territory as a springboard, and the Eastern, Southern, and Northern territories would not be peaceful. The great emperors were now nowhere to be found. No one knew what they were doing, or if they knew the current situation of the astral boundary. The defensive array of Roaring Tiger City was slowly activated, and the 200,000 soldiers returned in triumph. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City had suffered a lot of casualties during the half-year campaign, more cultivators joined the army every day. Therefore, the number of the army of Roaring Tiger City had been stable if not growing. The residents of the city cheered and happily welcomed the return of the army. This time, Yang Kai had led the army out to provide support. It could be said that he had successfully retreated, protecting the city that he had been sent to provide support to, and repelling the attack of the million-strong demon race. Ma-in, who stayed in Roaring Tiger City, came up to Yang Kai and whispered to him. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise. He waved his hand to the rear, and the army went to rest. Yang Kai took off his armor and strode into the mayor's mansion. In the main hall, a person was seated at the side. He seemed to have sensed the movement and turned his head to look. For pairs of eyes met, only to see that the newcomer's eyes were completely white, without a trace of black. It was a frightening sight. Brother Gao. Yang Kai smiled faintly and walked to the head of the table and sat down. A maidservant served him tea before respectfully withdrawing. The newcomer was Gao Zhan. Yang Kai knew him, but he was not familiar with him. He could not help but feel a little strange. What was he doing here? This guy was the successor of the great emperors of Heaven's revelations. What was he doing here in Roaring Tiger City instead of serving the great emperors? You flatter me. Gao Zhan bowed slightly. Brother Yang, you are cultured and virtuous. When the Roaring Tiger army came out, the demon race was terrified. You have made a name for yourself these days. Yang Kai said. Brother Gao, you flatter me. May I know why you are here? Gao Zhan replied. I am here to invite Brother Yang to come with me under the order of my master. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, The Master of Heaven's Revelations wants to see me? Yes. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay, let me prepare a little. Gao Zhan stretched out his hand. There was nothing to prepare. He just found Li Jiao and Gao Shueting, and told them that he was going out for a while, and asked them to be on guard. Although no demon soldiers had come to the Roaring Tiger City, since that semi-sage demon came to make trouble, there was nothing wrong with being careful. What if the demon army really attacked the city when he was not here? After that, Yang Kai and Gao Zhan set off together. Through the space array in the city, they were sent directly to their destination. Zhang Xian's vision blurred, and the two of them found themselves in a valley. The spiritual energy in the valley was rich, and birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. There were pavilions and pavilions in the valley, and the scenery was unique. After spending so much time in the battlefield and the sounds of fighting, Zhang Xian was still a little unaccustomed to being in such a place. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "This is Divine Design Valley." He had long heard that the great emperors of heaven's revelations lived in Divine Design Valley, but few people knew where Divine Design Valley was in the star boundary. Yang Kai did not know either, but he did not expect that he would come to Divine Design Valley one day. Gao Zhan nodded and said, "Senior brother Yang is right, this is heaven's secret valley. My master prefers peace and quiet, so there is only me and my master here. I hope brother Yang can forgive us for any neglect. Brother Gao is too polite," Yang Kai said politely and looked around curiously. Gao Zhan led the way in front, crossing a small bridge and flowing water. Divine Design Valley was full of twists and turns, and the scenery was constantly changing. It was still spring and flowers were blooming somewhere, but when they stepped out, they might be in white snow. There was a very clever array here, which seemed to be able to adjust the aura of the four seasons. Until they were in front of a pavilion, Gao Zhan stopped and stretched out his hand. Raising his head, Kai Yang was shocked to discover that there were two people sitting in the pavilion, looking at him with smiles on their faces. Although he was looking around all the way, it did not mean that he did not perceive the surroundings. In front of the pavilion in front of him, there were two people he did not notice, which was really strange. However, if these two people were both great emperors, it made sense. One of them was naturally the master of this place, the great emperors of heaven's revelations, and the other was not unfamiliar to Yang Kai. It was the martial beast Emo Huang. At this moment, the two were sitting opposite each other, with a stone table in the middle. There was tea on the table, and the smell of tea was overflowing in the air. Yang Kai stepped forward and entered the pavilion, cupping his hands and saying, "Greetings to the two master." Emo Huang smiled and said, "Don't be polite, sit down." Kai Yang gave his thanks, and sat down between the two of them. For a moment there was silence. The great emperors of heaven's revelations, and the martial beast, did not say anything, as if they were waiting for the tea in front of them to boil. Yang Kai did not want to disturb this quiet atmosphere, but after all, he was sitting between the two great emperors, so he was somewhat uncomfortable, twisting his body from time to time, and moving his arms and legs. Emo Huang turned his head and glanced at him. "Are you a monkey?" Yang Kai laughed awkwardly, and immediately looked down, not moving at all. Chu Tianji chuckled. "It's normal for young people to be lively and active. Brother Emo does not need to be so harsh on him." Emo Huang said, "Brother Chu, don't be fooled by this little brat's appearance. He has never been a good person." Because of Emo Shaoqi, Emo Huang had always had a bad opinion of Yang Kai, so naturally he would not hesitate to attack him when he had the chance. Yang Kai complained, "Master Martial Beast, this junior has not offended you, right? Back on Dragon Island, I could be considered to have helped you. Last time, I even took Shaoqi to visit Auntie. Why are you saying this to me?" Emo Huang snorted twice, picked up the teapot on the table, filled his own cup, and drank it in one gulp. Chu Tianji chuckled, took the teapot and poured Yang Kai's cup. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly stood up. "How could I dare trouble Senior? This junior can do it himself." This was the great emperors of heaven's revelations, and he was actually pouring tea for him. No matter how arrogant Yang Kai was, he could not bear it. Chu Tianji did not ask, and only when Yang Kai's cup was filled did he pour a cup for himself, slowly saying, "I have heard many things about you from Brother Emo. Sure enough, there are new talents in every generation, and a new generation replaces the old." Yang Kai's face turned red, and while sitting down again he said awkwardly, "Master of Heaven's Revelations is too kind." Yang Kai knew that Emo Huang had some opinions about him, and nothing good came out of his mouth. He did not know what the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations had heard. Chu Tianji laughed. "Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. At least when I was young, I did not have such a charming and colorful life like yours. Compared to you, I am far inferior. Yang Kai bared his teeth. How am I extraordinary? I was just young and impulsive. Master, you are the role models of the countless cultivator in the star world. Chu Tianji slowly shook his head. This old man has lived for many years, and I have seen many so-called young talents, rising stars, but I have never seen anyone as eye-catching and dazzling as you. Everyone says that this old man can see through the past, see through the future, and have the ability to discern the future, but this old man cannot see what your future is like. Yang Kai was shocked. Master, what you mean is that this junior's future is confusing. Chu Tianji slowly shook his head, but did not explain. Yang Kai was anxious, but his fist was not as big as Chu Tianji's, so he could not force him. He could only grab the tea in front of him and gulp it down. Emo Huang could not bear it any longer. Stop flattering him. Hurry up and get to the point. Old Chu, you like to beat around the bush and drag your feet. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Yes, I wonder why the two seniors called this junior here? For the two great emperors to call him here, it was clearly not a small matter. Yang Kai suddenly realized what the great emperors of heaven's revelations meant when they said, extraordinary people do extraordinary things. They had a mission for him, and it should be a very dangerous mission. Damn, the tea of the great emperors really was not that good to drink. This time, without waiting for Chu Tianji to speak, Emo Huang directly said, Yang Kai, we hope that you can make a trip to the demon territory. Enter the demon territory? Yang Kai was shocked. Enter the demon territory for what? Emo Huang's expression turned serious. I'm afraid that Bright Moon is in some danger. We need you to rescue him. Yang Kai was a little confused. He naturally knew that the Bright Moon Great Emperors had fallen into the demon territory. When the passage between the two worlds opened, several great emperors entered to investigate, but unexpectedly, they were ambushed by several demon saints in the demon territory. In the end, it was the Bright Moon Great Emperors who used his own strength to hold back those demon saints, giving Emo Huang and the others a chance to escape. Later, they also heard that the Bright Moon Great Emperor seemed to be trapped somewhere, but no one knew where exactly, and there was still no news. Now that Emo Huang suddenly wanted him to go to the demon territory to rescue the Great Emperors, Yang Kai was naturally confused. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai pulled the corner of his mouth and said, Master, are you joking? Chapter 3422. Haha. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. How could this junior? Before he could finish, Mo Huang interrupted. I also think that it's a bit unreliable for you to handle this matter. But old Chu said that it has to be you. Why is that? Yang Kai frowned and looked at Chu Tianji curiously. Chu Tianji said leisurely. A few days ago, this old master suddenly felt uneasy and had a feeling that something big was about to happen. So he immediately made a divination and received a prophecy. Little friend Yang, do you know what that prophecy was? Yang Kai thought to himself. How would I know? If I knew that I was the great emperors of heaven's revelations, you wouldn't be able to do anything. He immediately shook his head and showed a curious look. Chu Tianji turned his head and looked to the side, saying neither too fast nor too slow. The moon sets and the crow cries a ray of hope. Yang Kai racked his brains. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't figure out what this prophecy had to do with him. So he humbly asked for advice. I understand that the moon falls crying crow is a sign that Senior Mingyu is in danger. But what does that slim chance of survival have to do with me? Why does it have to be me? Chu Tianji pointed. Look over there. Do you see anything? Following his gaze, Kai Yang immediately saw a poplar tree that was as thick as a person's arm and had lush branches. Chu Tianji continued. That day, this old master crushed jade here, and the divination corresponded to that poplar tree over there. Look again, where is that poplar tree? Yang Kai slightly identified the direction and hesitated. North? Chu Tianji nodded. The moon sets and the crow cries. A ray of hope lies in the north. Does little friend Yang understand? Yang Kai suddenly understood. North Yang, North surnamed Yang. Who else could it be other than him? But was this reliable? He didn't doubt the ability of the great emperors of heaven's revelations. Since they were called heaven's revelations and could see the past and the future, they naturally had their own abilities. But what kind of place was the demon territory? Several great emperors had joined forces, but one of them had fallen. What could a little second-order emperor realm master like him do if he ran in? Not to mention rescuing the great emperor's bright moon. Yang Kai immediately fell into hesitation. To be honest, although he was curious about what the demon domain was like, he had never thought about going there. In front of the two great emperors, he couldn't refuse directly, so he could only say, Two seniors, even if this junior has the heart, I'm afraid he is powerless. Not to mention the situation in the demon domain. This junior doesn't know where Senior Mingyu is trapped. But how to safely enter the demon domain is a big problem. Although the passage between the two worlds is open, this junior can't brazenly rush through it. If he really did, he would be torn apart by the demon race. But besides that passage, where else can we enter the demon domain? You have a way. Chu Tianji looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. What way do I have? Chu Tianji slowly shook his head. Although this old master isn't too sure, this old master knows that you can become the demon race's territory, and there will be a tribulation in the demon territory. Once you pass this tribulation, you can soar to the heavens. Yang Kai stared. What tribulation? Chu Tianji smiled but didn't say anything. Mo Huang, on the other hand, was a little shocked. Boy, do you really have a way to become the demon race's territory? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. How can I? Unless the great emperors join forces to escort me in. But if I do, the demon territory will know. At that time, even if this junior enters the demon territory, he won't be able to find peace. Who knows, he might even die there. With a solemn expression, he cupped his hands and said, This junior is really powerless. Please don't make things difficult for this junior. He really didn't want to go to the demon territory. Even though the great emperors of heaven's revelations said that the bright moon great emperor's survival depended on him. That was only a prophecy. Whether it was true or not was another matter. Even if it was true, if even the bright moon great emperors had no way to solve it, what could he do? Just as he was talking, he suddenly noticed someone walking into the pavilion from the corner of his eye. Yang Kai turned his head to look and said in surprise, Junior sister Lan? The person who came was Lan's son. He didn't know when she came to Heaven's secret valley, but after not seeing her for so long, Lan's son was obviously a lot more haggard. Her eyes were slightly red, as if she had been crying. It was not difficult to understand. The Bright Moon Great Emperors had been trapped in the demon territory for so long without any news. As their daughter, she was naturally very worried. Lan Sun walked up to Yang Kai without saying a word, and under the stunned gaze of Yang Kai, she knelt down, leaned down and kowtowed, trembling as she said, Brother Yang, please save my father." Yang Kai was shocked and quickly got up from the chair and took her arm. "Junior sister Lan, what are you doing? Get up quickly." Lan Sun didn't move and just said, Brother Yang, please save my father. Get up first and talk." Yang Kai was anxious. Since he first met Lan Sun in the Four Seasons realm, they had been friends for many years and had a good relationship. When he was weak, Lan Sun took care of him many times. Lan Sun, as the daughter of the great emperors and the princess of Star Soul Palace, had never been arrogant or domineering. Instead, she treated people gently and politely. Yang Kai's impression of Lan Sun was very good, many times better than Yao Lin's. Now that this friend of his was kneeling in front of him, how could Yang Kai bear it? With this kneel, he was afraid that they couldn't be friends anymore. After pulling several times, Lan Sun refused to get up. Yang Kai was so angry that he directly pulled her up. Just as he was about to say a few words to her, he saw that the person in front of him was crying and looking at him with her beautiful eyes. He swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and smiled bitterly. "Junior sister, why bother?" Lan Sun shook her head bitterly. "I have no other choice." After a pause, she said, "I know that this is a bit difficult, and I know that the demon territory is very dangerous, but Uncle Chu said that only Brother Yang can save father. So this junior sister can only shamelessly ask. If brother can agree, this junior sister is willing to be a slave, a servant, an ox or a horse to repay brother's kindness." Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and said, "Junior sister Lan is too serious. She even said that she would be a slave, a servant, an ox or a horse." It was obvious that Lan Sun had already regarded Yang Kai as her only life-saving straw, but now that she had said this, Yang Kai would seem a bit unreasonable if he refused again. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but Lan Sun had taken care of him many times over the years, so he was not an ungrateful person. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai sighed. "Junior sister Lan, please don't be impatient. This matter is of great importance. Can you let me think about it for a moment?" Lan Sun nodded and said, "Of course, if brother wants to refuse, please speak frankly." This time, this junior sister was rude. When she said this, she had a tangled look on her face. Obviously, she didn't want Yang Kai to take risks, but this matter was related to her father, and Chu Tianji said that Yang Kai was her only hope, so she could only try it with the mentality of treating a dead horse as if it were still alive. The pavilion was silent for a while. Yang Kai faced the poplar tree in silence, lost in thought. After a long time, he took a deep breath and turned around. The three people in the pavilion all looked at him, and Lan Sun's expression was even more uneasy. She hoped that Yang Kai would agree, but at the same time, she didn't want him to agree. Yang Kai grinned. "Junior sister, I agree to this matter. The demon territory. I will go there." Chu Tianji and Imo Huang glanced at each other, with an as expected look on their faces. They had long known that this boy would not agree so readily. Fortunately, they had found Lan Sun. "Thank you, brother." Lan Sun lowered her head and whispered, "But the future of this trip to the demon territory is uncertain. Whether or not you can save father, junior sister hopes that brother can return safely." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Don't worry. I will definitely bring Bright Moon Master back safe and sound." Lan Sun said, "I will wait for you." After that, she turned and left. Yang Kai scratched his head. This sentence seemed to be a bit unusual. After a while, Yang Kai glanced around and said in a muffled voice, "Are the two of you satisfied now?" Imo Huang said in surprise, "Boy, you saw through it?" Yang Kai snorted and said, "There is no reason for junior sister Lan Sun to appear here. Obviously, the two of you have already arranged it. You know that I am indebted to junior sister, so if she asks, I can't refuse." Chu Tianji chuckled. "We had no choice but to do this. Little friend, please forgive us." Yang Kai shook his head and said, Master of Heaven's revelations is too serious. This boy also knows that Bright Moon Master's safety is of great importance. If he can really be rescued from the demon territory, it will definitely help the situation in the star boundary. But with such an important task, this boy was afraid that he would fail to live up to your trust, so he declined. Emo Huang nodded and said, "It's good that you can think like this. But then again, how are you going to become the demon race's territory? After entering the territory of the demon race, how can you guarantee that you will not be eroded by the demonic qi and become the demon race?" Although Yang Kai had been fighting against the demon race these days, the demon territory was the demon race's territory. There were demonic qi everywhere. Yang Kai was not the great emperor's, so how could he guarantee that he would not become the demon race? Yang Kai said, "Master, you don't need to worry about these things. This boy has his own way of solving it." Everyone had their own secrets. Hearing him say this, Emo Huang naturally would not ask more. He nodded and said, "Is there anything that you need our help with? If there is, feel free to ask." Yang Kai said, "Once I leave, I'm afraid that I won't be able to come back in a short time. I only hope that Master can take good care of my High Heaven Palace and Roaring Tiger City's people." Emo Huang replied, "You don't have to worry about that. Although I can't guarantee that there won't be any casualties, I can guarantee that they won't suffer any serious injuries." "That's good," Chu Tianji said. "Don't you have any other requests? As long as you have any, we can satisfy you." Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "I would also like to ask the two of you to help me pass something to the Iron Blood Master." Emo Huang raised his eyebrows. He did not know what Yang Kai wanted to pass to Zhan Wuhen. Just as he was wondering, he saw Yang Kai take out a jade slip. His divine sense surged and poured information into it. After a short while, he handed the jade slip to Emo Huang. "Just this?" Emo Huang looked puzzled. "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "I want to safely enter the territory of the demon race and become the demon race, but I still need the help of the Iron Blood Master." Emo Huang was even more puzzled. What can he help with? Yang Kai grinned at him, but did not answer. Emo Huang said angrily, "You guys are so mysterious. I don't know what you guys are up to." Yang Kai picked up the tea in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and said, "I'll take my leave first. The next time we meet, I hope that I can fight side by side with the master." Chapter 34-23. After returning to the High Heaven Palace from the Divine Design Valley, Yang Kai summoned Li Jiao and went straight to the point. "Brother Li, I may need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. You will be in charge of the Roaring Tiger City." Li Jiao was stunned. Cultivating in seclusion at this time? The war between the two realms was in full swing. Although the Roaring Tiger City had been peaceful for the past 6 months, no one could guarantee that there would not be another attack by the demon race. This was obviously not a good time to cultivate in seclusion. If the demon race really came, without Yang Kai as the commander, the Roaring Tiger City's combat power would definitely be greatly reduced. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "I have some enlightenment recently. I have no choice but to do this." Li Jiao nodded when he heard that. He also knew that the path of martial arts was not easy. If he really had some enlightenment, it was better to cultivate in seclusion as soon as possible. Once he lost this opportunity, he might not be able to make up for it even after dozens or hundreds of years. He could only say, "Well, I will try my best to take care of the Roaring Tiger City. But Brother Yang, those people in the Half-Dragon City and that Master Fu Ling, don't worry, I will tell them to listen to your arrangement." With Li Jiao's cultivation and identity, it was not a problem to command the Roaring Tiger City. The only problem was Fu Ling. Li Jiao might not be able to subdue a rank 6 pureblood giant dragon. Fu Ling was not very reliable. When Yang Kai was here, she was obedient. If Yang Kai was not here, she would be the most powerful person in the world. She might not give Li Jiao any face, but since Yang Kai wanted to entrust the Roaring Tiger City to Li Jiao, he would naturally arrange everything in advance. After a while, he summoned Fu Ling and told her in front of Li Jiao to be obedient in the future. Otherwise, she would be sent back to the Dragon Island immediately. Fu Ling did not dare to disobey. She immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice. For her, it was rare for her to leave the Dragon Island. Naturally, she was not willing to be sent back so soon. Then, Yang Kai sent a message to all the people in the Emperor realm in the city, informing them that he would be cultivating in seclusion today, and was not to be disturbed unless there was something important. Only then did he enter the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion and close the door. Cultivating in seclusion was naturally a cover, since he had promised the great emperors of heaven's revelations and martial beast to go to the demon territory. He had to make arrangements for the people of Roaring Tiger City in advance. Otherwise, when the day came, Roaring Tiger City would be leaderless. He had to let Li Jiao familiarize himself with it for a while. Even if he left, Roaring Tiger City would not be affected too much. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai activated the space spirit bead on his wrist. The space laws fluctuated, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a boudoir. "Who is it?" A delicate shout was heard. A cold light bloomed, and a sharp sword pierced his face. Yang Kai flicked his finger and flicked the sword to the side. Then he reached out and grabbed a white wrist. With a slight twist, a soft and delicate body appeared in his arms. He leaned over and said with a smile, "Yao, your way of welcoming me is a little special." Ji Yao was startled. "Why are you here?" "I came to see you." Yang Kai stroked her hair and stared at her quietly. Ji Yao was a little embarrassed by his stare. She found that Yang Kai's eyes were especially gentle and reluctant today. She reclined in his broad arms and slowly moved her gaze away. However, Yang Kai reached out and pinched her chin, turning her head over to face him. Before she could react, a vigorous aura enveloped her. Their lips pressed together, and Ji Yao slowly closed her eyes. The long sword in her hand fell to the ground with a tinkling sound as she wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck and hugged him tightly. After fiercely kissing her for a while, Kai Yang picked her up by the waist and gently placed her on the bed. Leaning over, he wantonly tasted her. Since that time in Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion, the relationship between the two of them had made great progress, but they had never broken through the bottom line. Ji Yao seemed to enjoy this kind of surreptitious atmosphere, and had never asked Yang Kai to do anything, nor did she want him to reveal their relationship to the world. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force her. After a long bout of passion, the two of them blended together. Their bodies intertwined and rolled around on the bed, causing the atmosphere in the boudoir to become enchanting. After a long time, Yang Kai let her go. Ji Yao's body was as soft as mud, and she was panting heavily as she lay on Yang Kai's body. Suddenly Yang Kai said, "Yao, no matter what happens to me, you don't have to worry, and don't hold grudges against anyone." These words were inexplicable, causing Ji Yao to suddenly raise her head, as if she had a premonition, her bright big eyes staring at Yang Kai as she asked, "What will happen?" Yang Kai pinched her nose and said, "Don't ask too much, you'll know when the time comes. Just remember my words." Ji Yao didn't say anything, and just looked at him. Yang Kai asked, "Do you remember?" Ji Yao nodded gently. "I remember." Kai Yang looked at her with gratification, flipped over, and once again began to ravage her mercilessly. After spending the night with Ji Yao in her room, Yang Kai gave her a few words of advice, and then quietly left. High Heaven Palace, Spirit Medicine Peak. Yang Kai walked in with a jar of wine. The several apprentices at the door immediately saluted him respectfully when they saw him, but the oldest apprentice blocked his way and said with a troubled expression, "Palace Master, Grandmaster Chu and Madame Xia are refining pills and ordered that no one is to disturb them." "Go away, go away, go away." Yang Kai reached out and pushed the apprentice to the side, directly breaking into the room, shouting as he walked, little senior sister." He walked all the way to the underground alchemy room, and suddenly saw the door open with a bang. Jing rushed out with a disheveled face and a dark face. He reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's collar and said fiercely, "How many times have I told you not to disturb me when I'm refining pills? Don't think that I won't beat you just because you're the High Heaven Palace's palace master." Yang Kai grinned and reached out to pry his fingers away. "Brother Ji, calm down. It's just a furnace of pills. I'll just refine more." When Yang Kai saw him like this, He knew that his spirit pill furnace must have exploded, otherwise his face would not be so dark. Yang Kai guessed that he must be quite angry, otherwise, how could an Emperor Realm alchemist explode his furnace so easily? Jiying angrily said, "Refine more. Don't you want time and energy? What's more, this is a stain in my alchemy career. Heavens, how could I agree to come here to refine pills?" Behind the door, Xia Ningchang walked out with a smile on her face. Although her face was covered by a veil, her crescent-shaped eyes showed that she was laughing. "All right, I brought you a jar of good wine, look." Yang Kai raised the jar in his hand and blocked Ji Ying's saliva. "What bullshit wine? I don't want to drink. You have to compensate me with pills." Ji Ying swept the wine jar away. Yang Kai said, "Western Territories sword wine. And it's the highest grade sword wine. Ji Ying, don't you want to try it? This thing is very rare nowadays." Western Territories sword wine was famous all over the world. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing met for the first time, he felt sorry for her and asked her to bring the sword wine from the Western Territory. Only then would he be willing to be friends with her. Who knew that Zhu Qing would really bring him the sword wine? Now that the Western Territory was suffering from the demon race, the mountain where this wine was brewed had been destroyed, making this wine even more precious. Jiying was startled when he heard this, and quickly grabbed the wine jar. As he opened it, he said, "This Ji has seen the world. If you dare to lie to me, I won't let you off." Yang Kai said seriously, "I wouldn't dare lie to Brother Ji. And that's right. I need to ask Brother Ji for leave on behalf of my little senior sister. She's going out for a while, and I don't know when she'll return. I'll have to trouble Brother Ji to refine pills." "Where are you going?" Brother Ji looked up and asked, but there was no sign of Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang. This guy actually took Xia Ningchang away as soon as he finished speaking. Jiying couldn't help but be startled for a moment before he gritted his teeth. At the space formation, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang leisurely appeared. The little senior sister looked at Yang Kai curiously and said, "How's the situation in the Western Territory? Why did you come back?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's someone there to take care of it. As for me, I just came back to see you guys." "Have you gone to see Big Sister and the others?" "Not yet." Yang Kai shook his head. Xia Ningchang reached out and straightened his clothes for him. Suddenly, her gaze paused for a moment. She pulled a long strand of hair from Yang Kai's collar and casually tossed it aside. She said gently, "You should go see Big Sister and the others first. I'll wait for you here. They're always fighting the demon race over there, so they're definitely not as comfortable as I am." Yang Kai's face twitched. He withdrew his gaze from the strand of hair floating in the wind and pulled Xia Ningchang into his arms. He kissed her forehead and said, "Little senior sister is the most considerate." Xia Ningchang said
It's just
shyly,
that who knows if
"Of
you've
course
been
not."
fooling around with
She
some
lightly
vixen
hit Yang Kai
outside.
twice and said,
How could that be?
"Someone's watching."
Yang Kai hurriedly
There were
denied.
disciples guarding the
Shanqing
space
Luo
array
snorted
all
and
year
said,
round.
"Is that
Naturally,
so?
this
Then
scene
please
was
explain
clearly
what's
seen
going
by
on with
everyone.
that Li Shiqing."
However, the master
Shui
and
Yu
mistress
also
of the
nodded and
palace were
said,
lovey-dovey.
"That's right,
So
that
no one
woman
dared
isn't a
to
good
look.
thing."
At this
Yang
moment,
Kai's head was
all
covered
of them
in
were
cold
either
sweat.
looking up at the
He
sky
turned
or
his
looking
gaze to
down at
Su
the
Yan
ground and
as if
revealed
there
the
were
pleading
flowers
look.
in the sky.
Senior sister
At
was
this
really
moment, the
considerate
space
and
array
changed the topic.
fluctuated.
Why did you
Suddenly,
call us back?
3 figures appeared
The 3
on the
of them
array.
had always
At
been
a
in the
glance,
same
a
city
sour voice
as the
sounded,
people from High
"Yo,
Heaven
you called us
Palace and
sisters
Ice back in
back
such a hurry to
This
watch a
time,
good show.
they had received a
Xia
message from
Ningchang's
Ji
face
Yao
became
and rushed
even
back
redder.
together.
She hurriedly
Yang Kai
left
smiled
Yang
and
Kai's
said,
embrace
"It's
and
nothing.
greeted the 3 women.
I just wanted to ask
Yang
you
Kai
to
looked
accompany
back
me
and
on
said
a
with a
scenic
smile,
tour."
"Luo, are you jealous of your own sisters?" Shanqing Luo curled her lips and said, "Of course it's fine if we're sisters." Chapter 34-24. The four girls thought that Yang Kai was just joking. After all, the demon race had yet to be eradicated, and the Western Territory was still in turmoil. Who would be in the mood to go sightseeing at this time? Who knew that he would really do it? Setting off from the High Heaven Palace, they directly teleported to the former site of Thousand Leaves Sect in the Southern Territory. After identifying the direction, Yang Kai led the four girls on a sightseeing tour. Although the demon race's invasion had spread like wildfire in the star boundary, and the Western Territory was still embroiled in the flames of war, the Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territories were also mobilizing. The war was still too far away from the Southern Territory, so the people in the Southern Territory, who had not gone to provide support, were still living their lives. Traveling with the four beauties, Yang Kai leisurely passed through countless spirit mountains and rivers, entering every city he came across, allowing Su Yan and the others to truly experience the wonders of the star boundary. Having said that, although Su Yan and the others had been in the star boundary for a few years now, they had always been in retreat in the High Heaven Palace. When the War of the Two Realms broke out, they had followed the army to the Western Territory. Strictly speaking, this was their first time traveling outside, and they were following Yang Kai, so they were naturally in high spirits, finding everything new and interesting. The group of five, the men were heroic and extraordinary, while the women were graceful and graceful. Each of them had their own merits, and no matter where they went, they would become the focus of attention. Every night, Yang Kai would lead the four girls into the sealed world bead and sleep together. The little senior sister's skin was the thinnest, so how could she endure such shameful things? Su Yan took on the airs of an elder sister and reprimanded Yang Kai several times, but Yang Kai remained unmoved. The more Su Yan reprimanded him, the fiercer he became. Coupled with the dragon lady Shanqing Luo helping him, Su Yan did not dare to speak casually and could only let him do as he pleased. After going around in circles for half a month, the group arrived at a plain. Seeing Yang Kai carefully inspecting the plains as if he was looking for something, Shanqing Luo asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" Yang Kai said, "The entrance to the Four Seasons realm was opened on this plain. I want to see if there are any traces of it." Su Yan understood. "Are you worried about Xiao and Shuer?" Yang Kai sighed and said, "Although Lu Yan is with them, they are still children after all. If I can see them with my own eyes, I will naturally feel more at ease." Among the four women, besides Shanqing Luo, who had never met Yang Xiao before because she had been cultivating in the ancient wildlands, Su Yan, Shuiyu, and Xianing Chang had all seen him before and were very fond of him. Coupled with the fact that he was Yang Kai's adopted son, their relationship was naturally even closer. Now that Yang Kai had the heart to look for it, they were naturally happy to help. The five of them immediately spread out and began to search the plains carefully, but in the end they found nothing. The Four Seasons realm was an independent small world. Although the entrance opened on this plain last time, no one could guarantee that it would open here again next time. What's more, this time, Cheongqi was the one who brought them in. Maybe Cheongqi had other ways to enter the Four Seasons realm. Without any results, they could only leave. Later, Yang Kai took the four women to Azure Sun Temple and stayed on his Spirit Sword Peak for a few days before setting off for Maplewood City. This was the first city Yang Kai entered after coming to the star boundary, which was of great significance to him. It was in this place that he met Mo Shaoqi, met Lan Sun for the first time, obtained the Myriad Sword, and met the first great emperors. Outside Maplewood City, the Spirit Lake Palace stood tall, and countless cultivators still came in and out every day. Xia Sheng was no longer here, and Yang Kai had no intention of visiting. On the other hand, his old friend Kong Si Ran had been promoted to a branch president of the Chamber of Commerce in Maplewood City because of his business dealings with the High Heaven Palace over the years. It could be said that he had a high position and power. In the past, this would have been unimaginable for Kong Si Ran. When Yang Kai arrived, Kong Si Ran naturally welcomed him warmly. They went to the best restaurant in Maplewood City and enjoyed each other's company. The next day, Yang Kai left and led the four women to the old site of the Blue Feather Sect. The Blue Feather Sect was now completely abandoned, and the old site of the sect was full of ruins. Thinking back to when he first entered the star boundary and was captured by Lu Xianyun and brought to the Blue Feather sect, it felt like a lifetime ago. At that time, a Dao Source Realm cultivator was simply invincible to him. But now, he could even fight against a false Emperor Master. In the blink of an eye, several decades of flowing time Great Emperor had passed, making him feel sad and frustrated. Walking the old road again, it was as if he had been reborn, and Yang Kai felt a lot of emotions. After the Southern Territory, it was the Eastern Territory, and then the Northern Territory. It was not until 3 months later that Yang Kai led Su Yan and the others back home. They still hurried on their journey without using the space array. 3 months of sightseeing without caring about worldly affairs made Su Yan and the others reluctant to part. They felt that it would be best if they could stay like this for the rest of their lives. That night, after an extremely wanton and unbridled sexual activity, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly rose up from the bed with the graceful limbs lying horizontally on it. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Yan and said in surprise, "Senior sister, you." Su Yan suddenly sat up and took a deep breath. "I'm about to break through." Shanqing Luo also sat up in surprise. So fast. Su Yan was now in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and if she broke through again, she would be in the Emperor Realm. It had only been a few years since Yang Kai brought them to the star boundary. Although they had the support of unlimited resources from High Heaven Palace, the speed of their progress was too astonishing. One had to know that when Su Yan first entered the star boundary, she was only in the Second Order Dao Source Realm. In just a few years, she had crossed a chasm that most cultivators could not cross in their lifetime. The remaining 3 women were now in the First Order Dao Source Realm. Xianing Chang, because of his special physique and his years of alchemy, had barely touched the threshold of the Second Order Dao Source Realm. Shuiyu pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. "Don't you know that big sister and husband have a dual cultivation secret art? Every night these days, big sister has been fed by husband." She was right. Yin and Yang in harmony, dragon and phoenix in harmony. Dual cultivation had indeed brought great benefits to Su Yan. Even without Yang Kai, her cultivation progress was not slow. Now that she had dual cultivation with Yang Kai every night for 3 months, it was natural for her to break through. The world energy baptism was about to arrive, so it naturally could not be delayed. Su Yan glanced at Yang Kai and immediately put on her clothes. The others also hurriedly tidied themselves up. After a short while they exited the small sealed world. Yang Kai urged his space principles and wrapped Su Yan in a sparsely populated place. He put her down and quickly said, "Be careful." Su Yan nodded, sat down cross-legged, and closed her eyes to concentrate. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he appeared a few dozen kilometers away. With a wave of his hand, he released Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo, and Xianing Chang. The 4 of them all looked over. Shanqing Luo and the others would definitely benefit from watching Su Yan break through to the Emperor Realm. When they broke through one day, they would have more experience in dealing with it, and wouldn't be completely clueless. Under their nervous gazes, the wind blew and clouds surged, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. A jade hand held Yang Kai's big hand and Shuiyu said softly, "Husband, don't worry. Big sister is so powerful. She will definitely be fine." Yang Kai also felt that with Su Yan's ability, there wouldn't be any major problems. but he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This was probably what they meant by worrying too much. Shanqing Luo said, "Husband, although we don't know why you're taking us out on a sightseeing tour at this time, and for such a long time, we all know that you must have something important to do. If there's anything you need to do, just do it. With us at home, an eldest sister about to break through to the Emperor realm, you don't need to worry about anything outside." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her, then at Shui Yu and Xia Ningchang. The two women nodded slightly at him. Obviously, these women had also noticed something these days. After all, they were his wives. Although Yang Kai didn't say it directly, how could he hide it from their observation? Yang Kai nodded and said, "Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. I'm going to the demon territory." Shui Yu's jade hand obviously trembled, while Shanqing Luo and Xia Ningchang also looked stunned and worried. Although they knew that Yang Kai must have something to do, they never expected that he would actually go to the demon territory. Also, I will be going to the demon territory in a different way. Their gazes fixed
No matter
in that
what you hear
direction
at that
without
time,
blinking.
don't worry.
Amidst the dancing
Yang Kai
lightning,
let out a long breath.
The world energy
I don't know
gathered
when I
and
will come
submerged
back,
Su Yan
but
in
I
an
can
instant.
promise you that I will
After a
definitely
while,
come back
Su
in one
Yan's figure
piece.
reappeared.
Shanqing
But the
Luo
world
leaned
energy
over
had
and
rested her head on his
absorbed,
shoulder,
saying
saying
softly,
Kong Long Long.
"You are our heaven."
Asterisk bolts Nothing of must lightning happen fell to one
you.
after another,
Xia Ningchang's
weaving
eyes
into a
were red
reddish
as she
net
said,
that enveloped the
"Be
heavens
careful
and
when
the
you
earth.
get there."
Shanqing
Yang
Luo
Kai opened
and
his
the
arms
others
and
turned
hugged the
pale,
three women, laughing.
as they wondered if
"Don't
they could
worry,
handle such a
I'm not good at
situation
other
if they were
things,
faced
but
with
I'm the
it.
best at running
However,
away."
they were only in the
Shanqing
first
Luo
order
pinched
pinched
his
his
waist
waist
and
and
gritted
gritted her teeth.
So it was inevitable
There's a
for them to
succubus
feel
demon
that
in the
this
demon
scene
was
was
terrifying.
terrifying.
Don't be seduced.
When they reached Su Yan's
Yang Kai
cultivation,
curled his lips and
perhaps
said,
they would feel differently.
"It's not certain who will
The
be
world
seduced."
energy baptism,
At this
after
moment,
breaking through a great
a loud
realm,
bang rang
was
out,
extremely
and a light
shocking.
flashed a few dozen
Furthermore,
kilometers away
Su
as
Yan
a
was
bolt of
breaking
lightning
through the
fell from the
Emperor realm
sky,
this time,
falling
so the
straight towards
commotion
Su Yan's
caused
head.
naturally spread far and wide.
There seemed to be a city nearby, and many people were attracted over. In the beginning, these people were quite obedient and watched from afar, not daring to get too close. However, as time passed, some people actually flew over, as if they wanted to see more clearly. How could Yang Kai tolerate this? He opened his mouth and spat out the word scram, which resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. It seemed to be even more powerful than the world energy baptism, causing those people to flee in embarrassment. Chapter 34:25. Every great realm was a threshold for a cultivator, and once they crossed it, they would enter a whole new world. This was especially true in the Emperor realm. Streaks of ferocious power of heaven and earth descended from the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The power was terrifying. A clear and melodious phoenix cry rang out, piercing through the sky as an icy blue phantom vaguely appeared where Su Yan was. This ice phoenix was enormous, and as it let out a loud cry, the unique aura of a divine spirit suddenly spread out, freezing everything within 1,000 kilometers. The crowd watching from afar couldn't help but show shocked expressions. Inside Yang Kai's body, the golden divine dragon source began to stir, as if it was about to resonate with Su Yan's ice phoenix source. If he had not been suppressing it, his dragon body would have been manifested in an instant. This surprised him a little. He hadn't expected that when Su Yan broke through to the Emperor realm, he would have such a strange feeling. He didn't know if it was because he cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. Time passed little by little, and the world energy grew stronger and stronger. But the ice phoenix phantom continued to condense, and its aura grew stronger and stronger, competing with the world energy. Finally, at this moment, a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out with a bang, and it swept out in all directions. The giant ice phoenix phantom disappeared, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the light once again. Peace was restored to the world. After a long time, the onlooking cultivator finally dared to go forward to investigate, but there was no trace of the person who had broken through. They didn't even know when they had left. However, such a scene was far beyond the usual breakthroughs in the Emperor realm, and it was a hot topic for the cultivator in the nearby cities for quite some time. Su Yan had already broken through to the Emperor realm, so she more or less had the ability to protect herself. So Yang Kai was slightly relieved. Another 5 days later, the group of 5 finally returned to the High Heaven Palace. They said their goodbyes at the space array. The beauties shed a lot of tears, which made Yang Kai feel bad. After sending off Su Yan and the others and settling down his little senior sister, Yang Kai was the last to step on the space array, but he did not teleport to Roaring Tiger City. Instead, he went to Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory. Since the last conspiracy of Orthodoxy Temple was crushed, Orthodoxy Temple had become a branch of High Heaven Palace in the Southern Territory. There were 50,000 disciples here. Although a group of people had been conscripted to fight the demon race in the Western Territory, that was only the minority. 90% of the disciples were still here to train and become stronger. Without alerting anyone, Yang Kai went straight to the forbidden area of the Orthodoxy Temple, where the astral winds were. The last time he came here, he discovered that the astral winds were unfathomable, and there seemed to be some kind of treasure hidden at the end of the canyon. It was this unknown treasure that produced the astral winds, allowing people to temper their bodies in this canyon. Since he was going to the demon territory, he should make more preparations. Since there was a treasure in his own branch, Yang Kai naturally had to try to collect it. Perhaps it would be of some help to him in the demon territory. Even if he failed, he would not lose anything. Walking into the canyon, Yang Kai found that many disciples were at the forefront of the canyon to receive the baptism of the astral winds, using them to temper their bodies. However, these disciples' cultivations were not high, so they could only stay at the outermost periphery. Yang Kai flashed past without anyone noticing him. As Yang Kai ventured deeper into the canyon, the surrounding cliffs gradually began to fill with holes for him to shelter from the astral wind. The power of the astral wind also grew stronger and stronger, but Yang Kai was not afraid. With his half-dragon body, his physique was tyrannical, so this level of astral wind could not harm him. It was not until after the time it would take to burn a stick of incense that Yang Kai felt pain on his skin. The invisible astral winds were like sharp blades cutting through his skin. Only then did Yang Kai circulate his emperor chi to protect himself. But his pace did not slow down in the slightest. A moment later, the emperor chi protecting Yang Kai's body was also cut into pieces, unable to provide any protection. The omnipresent astral wind sliced through his body, causing golden blood to seep out from all over his body. dyeing his clothes a golden hue. However, Yang Kai had no intention of stopping, continuing to move forward unhurriedly. The sound of rustling rang out incessantly. The depths of the canyon were like a forbidden zone for life. Even someone as strong as Shi Lei could only cultivate at the outskirts, not daring to go too deep. Yang Kai's physique was much stronger than Shi Lei's, but whether he could reach the deepest part of the canyon, he did not know. He had done his best, and left the rest to fate. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the astral winds became. Gradually, countless wounds appeared on Yang Kai's body. Even with his extraordinary restorative ability, these wounds could not heal quickly. Golden blood flowed from his wounds, and wherever he walked, 2 golden footprints would appear. Yang Kai's entire body was drenched in his own blood. The astral winds were extremely strange. Not only did they cut through his body, but they also seemed to affect his internal organs, bones, and meridians. In the end, with every step Yang Kai took, his bones creaked, and his internal organs were in unbearable pain. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only transform into his half-dragon form and continue to push forward. His 300-meter-long half-dragon body had grown slightly, becoming 32 meters long. Yang Kai guessed that because he had been dual cultivating with Su Yen these past few months, his golden divine dragon source had become more integrated with his body. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk Yang Kai descended step by step, causing the canyon to tremble. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai felt like he was about to collapse when he suddenly saw a slender void crack appear in front of him, causing his expression to shake. The last time he came to investigate, he had noticed this void crack. The endless astral winds from the outer sky were gushing out from this void crack and blowing outwards along the canyon. At that time, Yang Kai had guessed that if there were any treasures in this canyon, they must be hidden in this void crack. It was precisely because the power of the treasures in this canyon was too strong that the void crack could never be closed, causing astral winds to constantly appear. Now that this void crack was right in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes naturally lit up. Ignoring his own injuries, Yang Kai stepped forward against the astral winds and arrived in front of the void crack in just a few steps. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk with a loud sound, an astral wind shot out from the void crack, like a sword or saber, directly cutting through Yang Kai's half-dragon body. Yang Kai looked down and saw a huge wound on his waist, almost cutting him in half. When he looked down, he could clearly see his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, but soon golden blood gushed out and covered the wound. Yang Kai grimaced in pain, but at the same time, he was looking forward to the treasures hidden in this void crack even more. His half-dragon body had almost been cut in half, so the power of this void crack far exceeded his imagination. If there really was such a treasure, and he could collect it, it would definitely be of great help to him on this trip to the demon territory. Dispersing his half-dragon body, and using his space principles, Yang Kai rushed into the void crack in a flash. Inside the void crack, the astral wind that had been bothering him disappeared in an instant, which made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. Covering the wound on his abdomen with his hand, Yang Kai looked around in this void crack, his eyes soon attracted by something. It was a long vine that had taken root in the void crack. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little surprised. He had entered and exited the void crack countless times, but in this strange place, there was only endless void turbulence, nothingness and chaos. He had never thought that a long vine would appear in such a place. However, at this moment, the long vine had withered, its whole body showing a gray color, without the slightest vitality. At the top of the long vine was a palm-sized gourd. This small gourd was blue in color, and had complex patterns on its surface, as if it contained the great Tao of heaven and earth, exuding an extremely mysterious aura. Wisps of astral wind emerged from this gourd, and blew out through the void crack. The source of the astral wind was actually a blue gourd. Yang Kai looked at it in amazement, but soon realized that this blue gourd was definitely a supreme treasure, not inferior to his soul-warming lotus. I found a treasure. Yang Kai was overjoyed and pushed his Emperor Qi, carefully reaching out towards the blue gourd and grabbing it. To his surprise, he did not suffer the slightest injury. The astral wind that was strong enough to cut him in half did not seem to be a threat here, allowing him to easily grasp the blue gourd in his hand. With a gentle pluck, he plucked the blue gourd from the long vine. Before Yang Kai could take a closer look at the blue gourd in his hand, the long vine, which should have withered for tens of thousands of years, shrank back with a whoosh and plunged into the endless void crack, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before slapping his thigh in annoyance. If he had known that this long vine was so strange, he would have collected it first. Being able to produce a treasure like the blue gourd, this long vine was obviously extremely extraordinary. If he could transplant it into his sealed world bead, he might be able to produce another gourd. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai quickly rejected it. Because this kind of treasure that was born with the world's destiny was the only one in the world, and there would never be a second one. Thinking so, Yang Kai felt a lot better. It was important to be content with what one had. Being able to obtain the blue gourd today was a great opportunity, but it was a bit insatiable. Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai carefully played with the blue gourd in his hand. After plucking it from the long vine, the patterns on the surface of the blue gourd disappeared, and the mysterious aura no longer existed, as if it had become an extremely ordinary gourd. But under the perception of Yang Kai's divine sense, he was unable to investigate the situation inside the gourd. So he immediately knew that this so-called ordinary gourd was just a facade. If he wanted to exert the power of this blue gourd, he would have to carefully refine it. Putting away the blue gourd, Yang Kai leapt out of the void crack. The source of the outer heavenly astral wind in the canyon had been collected by Yang Kai, so the orthodoxy temple branch naturally lost its ability to temper one's physique. Even the void crack quickly closed under the influence of the star boundaries world principles and disappeared. Doing so would certainly cause some losses to the disciples of High Heaven Palace, but Yang Kai couldn't care less right now. At worst, he could just wait until he returned from the demon territory and put the blue gourd back. At that time, this canyon could be used again. Chapter 34-26. In the Roaring Tiger City. In the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and listened to Li Jiao's report on the battle situation in the past few months, nodding from time to time. The situation was better than he had thought. He had previously announced that he was going into seclusion, and the 200,000 troops of the Roaring Tiger City were temporarily under the command of Li Jiao. Li Jiao did not disappoint him. Relying on the power of his previous victories, he had recently led the Roaring Tiger City's army out to support the major cities. He was invincible and invincible. It was not that Li Jiao was very capable, but the main reason was that there were too many people from the Emperor realm among the 200,000 troops of Roaring Tiger City. The demon race was no match for an army of the same size. Even if the enemy was 2 or 3 times more, Roaring Tiger City could still deal with it. In this way, Yang Kai was completely relieved. Even if Roaring Tiger City lost him, as long as the 200,000 troops were united, they would be an unyielding flag. "Brother Yang, are you out of seclusion this time?" Li Jiao asked after reporting the situation. He had not been having an easy time these days. Although he was quite strong, and was the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, the lives of 200,000 people were tied to him, which still made him feel quite pressured. The battlefield was constantly changing. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City had been successful recently, one mistake could cause the army to lose their lives. At that time, he would not be able to bear such a responsibility. Naturally, he eagerly hoped that Yang Kai could take over the command of the army again. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I just came out to take a look. I have to go back into seclusion again." Li Jiao immediately looked disappointed. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Brother Li, don't feel pressured. You've been doing very well recently. Just keep it up. If you really lose one day, it's not your fault." Li Jiao smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid." Just as they were talking, Yu Rumeng rushed in. She was wrapped in an icy aura, and her face was gloomy. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked up at the same time. Li Jiao immediately coughed dryly. "Brother Yang, I'll take my leave first." After that, He left quickly without waiting for Yang Kai's agreement. After he left, Yu Meng rushed to Yang Kai and grabbed Yang Kai's collar. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're willing to come back?" Yang Kai pretended to look at her calmly. "What are you talking about?" Yu Meng snorted. "Damn it! How did this woman know that I wasn't in Roaring Tiger City? Could it be that the heart imprint secret technique was able to sense him?" With that thought in mind, he pulled her hand away with a calm expression and said with a dignified expression, "If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you being so touchy? How improper." Yu Meng cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Why didn't you say this when you ran away for more than 3 months without saying a word?" Yang Kai angrily slammed the table. "Who ran away for more than 3 months? Stop talking nonsense. I have been in retreat in the city lord's mansion all this time." Yu Meng sneered. "Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I can't sense your aura? You're not in Roaring Tiger City at all. Tell me honestly, where did you go?" Yang Kai got up and said, "I can't talk to you. I'm going to continue my closed-door cultivation. Don't be noisy, or I'll beat you." Then he got up and walked to the back hall with his hands behind his back. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yu Meng was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She chased Yang Kai into the secret room and pestered him for a while. In the end, Yang Kai couldn't bear it anymore. He spanked her until she was in tears. Then he threw her out. When the secret room was closed, Yang Kai could hear Yu Meng cursing outside the door. She was like a shrew. But this time, Yu Meng learned her lesson. She stayed at the door of the secret room and didn't leave. Obviously, she didn't want to give Yang Kai any chance to sneak away again. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai really started his closed-door cultivation in the secret room and didn't go out for more than 10 days. Yang Kai had just got the green gourd, so he naturally seized the time to refine it. He knew that Yu Meng was waiting outside the door, but he didn't want to pay attention to her. Anyway, he had told her what he should do and done what he should do. He didn't plan to go out again. More than 10 days passed peacefully. One day, when Yang Kai was refining the green gourd, he suddenly felt the world tremble. A great pressure fell from the sky. At the same time, a man's angry shout resounded through the world. "Yang Kai, come out and see me." In the secret room, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining with divine light. Finally it came. He took a deep breath and put away the green gourd. He got up and tidied his clothes. Then, he opened the door of the secret room and strode out. Outside the door, Yu Meng looked at him with confusion. "How did you provoke Iron Blood? What is he doing here?" She obviously recognized that the voice just now was the voice of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and judging from his words and tone, the Iron Blood Great Emperor seemed to have some bad intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a posture. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You ask me? Who should I ask?" Yu Meng said. "Don't you have a good relationship with the Iron Blood's disciple? Why is he hostile to you?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Hostile? Is there?" Yu Meng said angrily. "Can't you feel whether there is hostility or not?" She frowned and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. "Don't go out first. Let me ask about the situation first." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He patted her hand and said, "It doesn't matter. The Iron Blood Master is one of the 10 great emperors. Even if I accidentally offend him, he won't care about it. I'll go and ask about it. If there is any misunderstanding, I'll explain it." Yu Meng thought about it carefully and agreed. The Iron Blood was such a person. Even if there was a misunderstanding between him and Yang Kai, he wouldn't attack him. What's more, the war between the two worlds was in full swing now. Yang Kai was the flag of Roaring Tiger City and had the support of 200,000 troops. It was impossible for him to attack Yang Kai at this sensitive time. Above Roaring Tiger City, a burly figure stood proudly in the void. Everyone looked up, but the figure was surrounded by a haze. Few people could see the person's face clearly. However, the name of the Iron Blood Master soon spread throughout the city. Many people knew that the person was one of the 10 great emperors. They were immediately in awe and reverence. A figure flew out of the city and greeted the Iron Blood. It was Li Jiao. Li Jiao stopped more than 10 feet away. He cupped his hands and said, Li Jiao of the Fire Dragon Palace in the Northern Territory greets the Iron Blood Master. Zhang Wuhen glanced at him coldly and nodded slightly. Although it was just a glance, it was majestic and unpredictable. Li Jiao broke out in a cold sweat. He asked carefully, "May I know why the Iron Blood Master has come to Roaring Tiger City?" Zhang Wuhen said indifferently, "Tell Yang Kai to come out and see me." Li Jiao said, "I'll let you know, Master. Palace Master Yang has been in closed-door cultivation a few days ago and hasn't come out yet. Roaring Tiger City has been handed over to me. If it's related to the war between the two realms, please tell me. Roaring Tiger City will do our best." Zhang Wuhen said, "I'm not here for the war between the two realms. It's just a personal grudge. You can't help me with anything. You may leave." As soon as he said that, Li Jiao's heart skipped a beat. The Iron Blood Great Emperor's words revealed a lot of information. Personal grudge? What personal grudge does Yang Kai have with the Great Emperors? He actually made the Great Emperors deign to come here. Is it a blessing, not a curse? If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Before Li Jiao could ask for an explanation, Zhang Wuhen waved his hand, and Li Jiao involuntarily fell to the ground. He stumbled back a few steps, but a large hand caught him from behind, and he finally came to a stop. Li Jiao turned around and showed a surprised expression. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded at him. Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, be careful with your words." He didn't know why Zhang Wuhen came to Yang Kai. His tone and attitude were so impolite, but he couldn't help much in the current situation. Even if he wanted to, how could he be an enemy of the Great Emperors? He could only tell Yang Kai to be polite and not really irritate Zhang Wuhen. Yang Kai smiled and took a few steps forward. He looked up and cupped his fists. "Yang Kai greets Master. I didn't know that Master was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Zhang Wuhen looked down coldly and said after a while, "You are indeed guilty." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole city was in an uproar. Although they had long known that the Iron Blood Great Emperor came with ill intentions, Zhang Wuhen had undoubtedly killed Yang Kai by saying such words in front of 200,000 soldiers and hundreds of thousands of residents of Roaring Tiger City. This made many people in the army of Roaring Tiger City angry. So what if he was the Great Emperors? Could the Great Emperors just randomly assign crimes to people? Everyone had seen what Yang Kai had done these days. If it weren't for him, Roaring Tiger City would have been long gone. If it weren't for him, the army of Roaring Tiger City would have been scattered. Now 200,000 soldiers were loyal and had killed countless people in the demon race. It could be said that Yang Kai had made great contributions. Although Zhang Wuhen was the Great Emperor's and was admired by millions of cultivators in the astral world, his words still made many people unhappy. Gao Shueting immediately stepped forward and said with a cold face, "Master, may I ask what crime junior brother Yang has committed?" Yang Kai smiled and raised his hand to signal her to calm down. He looked at the figure in the sky and said, "Master, I don't agree with your words. Please enlighten me, Master." Zhang Wuhen said, "I will let you understand. Let me ask you, do you have a Holy Spirit stone fire with you?" Almost everyone in Roaring Tiger City knew about the existence of the Dharmakaya. After all, the Dharmakaya had made great contributions in the previous few battles. It was undeniable that it had displayed its power in front of everyone. Yang Kai immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I do." Zhang Wuhen said in a low voice, "Let me ask you again, what kind of martial arts and secret skills does the Holy Spirit stone fire practice?" Yang Kai replied, "The Holy Spirit has its own bloodline inheritance. Naturally, it practices the martial arts and secret skills of the Stonefire clan." "Nonsense!" Zhang Wuhen roared. His majestic aura fluctuated, as if it could shatter the heaven and earth. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Master, why are you so arbitrary? What I said is true." Zhang Wuhen shook his head and said, "Yang Kai, I don't want to make things difficult for you because you have done a good job in defending the city. But if you are so stubborn, don't blame me for not giving you face. I will ask you again. Answer me honestly. What kind of martial arts does the Holy Spirit stone fire practice?" Chapter 3427. The Iron Blood Great Emperor had come here in such a threatening manner, just to interrogate the Holy Spirit Stone Fire about his cultivation technique. This left everyone scratching their heads. They didn't know what Zhang Wuhen was trying to do. What did the Holy Spirit Stone Fire's cultivation technique have to do with him? Could it be that the Holy Spirit Stone Fire had secretly learned his cultivation technique? Zhang Wuhen's overbearing attitude made Yang Kai's expression turn ugly. He said in a deep voice, "Master, this junior has already said that the Holy Spirit Stone Fire has its own inheritance. Why does the master keep on pressuring me?" Zhang Wuhen stared deeply at him. His gaze was so sharp that it seemed to be able to see into the depths of his soul. All the secrets were exposed. "Fool! Since you don't want to tell me the truth, then I won't beat around the bush with you. That Holy Spirit Stone Fire is cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. Am I wrong? The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique?" Many people were at a loss. They vaguely felt that they had heard this name before, but they couldn't remember where. However, the expressions of Gao Shueting, Li Jiao, and the others changed. They looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was famous. This was a technique created by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors. It was one of the best evil techniques in the world. That Holy Spirit Stone Fire actually cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique? Gao Shueting and Li Jiao's first reaction was that it was impossible. After all, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors had already fallen countless years ago. The battle technique had also been lost. How could the Holy Spirit Stone Fire by Yang Kai's side cultivate it? However, after thinking about it carefully, the Iron Blood Great Emperor would not speak without thinking. Recalling the majestic appearance of the Dharmakaya, it did seem to resemble the battle tactics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Gao Shueting's heart sank. If that was really the case, then it was no wonder that Zhang Wuhen would be so aggressive. After all, this matter involved the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. There was no room for carelessness. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Master, I don't know where you heard this news, but this is pure nonsense. Someone is definitely framing me. Please investigate thoroughly, Master." Zhang Wuhen said calmly, "Whether or not it's a trap, we'll know with one look. Tell Shihua to come out and see me." Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Master, please forgive this junior for not being able to agree to this request. Shihua is currently in seclusion, and it is inconvenient to disturb him." "What a good seclusion!" Zhang Wuhen laughed angrily. "Just now Li Jiao said that you were in seclusion, and now Shihua is also in seclusion. How can there be such a coincidence in the world?" "It really is such a coincidence." Yang Kai and Zhang Wuhen looked at each other without flinching. Zhang Wuhen nodded slightly and said with a long sigh, "Yang Kai, among the younger generation, I think very highly of you. Not only me, but others also think highly of you and think that your future is limitless. Perhaps you will have a chance to reach our heights." If these words were said by ordinary people, they would not carry much weight. However, it was said by great emperors, so the meaning was different. This meant that if Yang Kai was recognized by heaven and earth, he might become one of the great emperors. The 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City were honored. However, the situation at this moment was worrying. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I acknowledge the master's favor. I'll work harder and won't let you down." Zhang Wuhen said, "It's hard to predict the future. Any wrong choice or decision is enough to consign you to eternal damnation." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, and the laws of the great path circulated in his palm. He looked ahead solemnly and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai. "You've embarked on the evil path. It's not too late to turn back now. Quickly turn back, lest you make a mistake." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Master, you're being too presumptuous. I really don't know. How dare you quibble?" Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Zhang Wuhen had already struck out with his palm. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and the world shook. The entire Roaring Tiger City seemed to groan. The space where Yang Kai was standing was shattered, and he let out a muffled groan. Blood spurted out of his body, and he was slammed into the ground. Only his head was exposed, and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. After Zhang Wuhen's strike, he stepped in the air and walked toward Yang Kai in an awe-inspiring manner. Gao Shueting stood in front of him. Her face was pale, and she cupped her hands and said, "Master, please don't be angry. Go away." Zhang Wuhen moved his finger casually, and Gao Shueting couldn't help but move a few hundred meters away. She was fixed on the spot and couldn't move. A loud dragon roar was heard, and Fu Ling had turned into a giant purple dragon that was more than 30 meters long. She swooped down from the sky and roared, "How dare you hit my brother-in-law? Die!" As she opened her mouth, a purple light beam enveloped Zhang Wuhen. In the next moment, Fu Ling's expression changed. Her secret technique didn't have any effect on Zhang Wuhen. Zhang Wuhen was able to withstand the power of her secret technique and walked forward step by step. Even the 2 great elders of the dragon race can't be so presumptuous in front of me, let alone a little dragon like you. Zhang Wuhen glanced at her coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed her. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered to form a giant hand of elemental energy and grabbed Fu Ling's dragon body. Fu Ling screamed and struggled, but how could she break free? Zhang Wuhen had already thrown her away, and she disappeared into the distance. The 200,000 soldiers were completely stunned. They knew that the great emperors were the representatives of the most powerful forces in the world, but not many of them had seen the great emperors in action. It was only at this moment that their knowledge was broadened. Whether it was Yang Kai or Fu Ling, they were invincible in the battle against the demon race. However, in front of Zhang Wuhen, they were as weak as 3-year-old children. In a trance, Zhang Wuhen had already walked in front of Yang Kai. He looked down at him coldly and said, "Do you know your mistake now?" Yang Kai's face was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Junior doesn't know where he was wrong." As he shouted, he soared into the sky, kicking up a large amount of dirt and stones. While hiding himself in the chaos, he activated all his strength and threw a punch at Zhang Wuhen. This punch was earth-shattering, and its might was unfathomable. Zhang Wuhen snorted and also punched back. With a loud bang, Zhang Wuhen didn't move, but Yang Kai was sent flying like an arrow released from a bow. Blood sprayed everywhere as he was sent flying. His entire body smashed into a building. This was not the end. Zhang Wuhen only stretched out his hand, and Yang Kai's body involuntarily flew back. In midair, the laws of space fluctuated. Yang Kai was about to teleport away. Zhang Wuhen would not let him do as he wished. He activated the power of the great emperors, and the void suddenly shattered. He punched out again. Before Yang Kai could fly back, he was sent flying again. "Master, please show mercy." Li Jiao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His eyes were red as he shouted. Although Yang Kai was powerful, how could he be a match for the great emperors? This was one of the 10 most powerful people in the world. If this continued, Yang Kai would most likely be beaten to death here today. He wanted to help, but in the face of the great emperors, he also knew that his strength was not enough. Thus he could only plead for mercy. Zhang Wuhen turned a deaf ear to his pleas. It was as if he was toying with Yang Kai. He continuously pulled him back, and then sent him flying with a punch. Everyone who saw this scene had expressions of pity and resentment. They felt that Zhang Wuhen had let down the name of the great emperors. He was actually bullying the weak like this. After 7 or 8 times, Yang Kai's aura had become extremely weak. It was as if he could die at any moment. Li Jiao hurriedly shouted in the direction of Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, admit your mistake." Lowering his head in front of the great emperors was not a shameful thing. If he did not lower his head, he might even lose his life. In the ruins of a building, Yang Kai was covered in blood. He stood up shakily and continuously coughed up blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. He clutched his chest and said, "I didn't do anything wrong. How can I admit it?" Stubborn. Zhang Wuhen seemed to be angry. He stretched out his hand again, and a huge suction force was released, wanting to pull Yang Kai over. At this moment, Yang Kai raised his hand, and a stone man with barbs and evil flames all over his body suddenly appeared. Under the suction force, he quickly flew towards Zhang Wuhen. His figure quickly grew, and in an instant, he became a stone giant that was 20 feet tall. You finally came out? Zhan Wuhen looked coldly at the embodiment. He tapped his foot and lightly flew towards the embodiment. In the blink of an eye, two figures, one big and one small, met in midair and immediately fought fiercely. Although the scene was lively and fierce, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the embodiment was no match for Zhan Wuhen. The Iron Blood Great Emperor seemed to be forcing the embodiment step by step, slowly increasing his strength. He had no intention of using his full strength. A few thousand feet away, Yu Rumeng suddenly flashed to Gao Shueting's side, made a few hand seals, and tapped a few points on her body, releasing Gao Shueting's seal. She then said, "Go find the Iron Blood's disciple." Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She nodded heavily and quickly left. In this situation, no one could help. Only Lin Yin'er could intercede. Perhaps she could make the Iron Blood Great Emperor hesitate. Fu Ling, who had transformed into the purple dragon, finally rushed back. At first glance, she saw that Yang Kai had been beaten so miserably. She immediately flew into a rage and roared, "What are you all looking at? Attack together, and beat this shameless guy to death." As a member of the dragon race, she did not have much respect for the great emperors. She only knew that Yang Kai had been bullied, so she naturally wanted to take revenge. But when she finished speaking, she found that no one moved. Even Li Jiao was smiling bitterly at the side. It was not that they did not want to help, but the great emperors were there. Even if they went up, what could they do? It would only make the situation worse. Without the orders of Yang Kai and Li Jiao, how could the 200,000 troops act rashly? Fu Ling became even angrier and said angrily, "A bunch of trash." As she spoke, she rushed over alone without any fear of death. The result was self-evident. Before she could get close, she was swept by an inexplicable force and was directly sent flying. She fell heavily on the ground, revealing her human form, and fainted on the spot. "Zhan Wuhen!" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, "That's enough." As if feeling his urgency, the embodiment also went all out. As soon as he made his move, he immediately revealed some clues. Zhan Wuhen coldly snorted and said, "You really have cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique." Yang Kai said coldly, "The quality of the battle technique depends on the person's heart. So what if you have cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique?" Chapter 34-28. So you admit to it? Zhan Wuhen poked the practicing body's forehead with his finger. The 200 feet tall practicing body instantly froze in place, unable to move. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and looked at Zhan Wuhen, saying in a deep voice, "It did practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's fighting technique, but it never used this cultivation technique to commit crimes. The people it killed were all people who deserved to be killed, and it didn't have a single vengeful soul under its hands. Senior, why are you talking about its cultivation technique?" Zhan Wuhen said, "If it were other cultivation techniques, it would be fine, but the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's fighting technique." He slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Yang Kai, do you remember that I once told you that I had a close friend named Green Lotus, who died at the hands of Wukong in the Shattered Star Sea?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Of course I remember." Zhan Wuhen said again, "Then you should remember that I also said that in this life, I and Wukong are irreconcilable enemies. We can't live under the same sky." Yang Kai said, "This matter has happened for tens of thousands of years. Why are you still so upset?" "It's not that I'm upset, but you don't understand the evil of this cultivation technique at all. Wukong was also a talented person. I admit that I'm not as good as him, but because of this cultivation technique, my character was distorted. Although I became one of the great emperors, I was notorious for thousands of years. You didn't experience the horror of the heaven-devouring great emperor's name in the star world, nor did you see the tragedy of the great emperor's fighting technique in the Shattered Star Sea. Naturally, you underestimate the power of this heaven-devouring great emperor's fighting technique. Since I know this, I can't sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, it will be too late." Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "Senior, what do you want?" Zhan Wuhen narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the practicing body, and said lightly, "Break its cultivation technique and destroy its cultivation. Do we have to do that?" Yang Kai lowered his eyes and spoke in a low voice. The hair on his forehead cast a thick shadow, blocking the light in front of him. "It must be done." Zhan Wuhen turned his head and looked at him. "If you want to blame me, I have nothing to say. However, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics cannot be allowed to exist in this world." As he spoke, a milky white halo suddenly bloomed from his fingertip. The halo touched the embodiment's forehead like a dazzling lamp, dispelling all the darkness in the world. The dragon's roar shook the sky as Yang Kai's body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 32-feet-long half-dragon body. The dragon's might filled the air, causing the 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City to tremble. The dragon claw reached out and tore through the void, heading straight for Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen, who had been indifferent all this time, finally changed his expression slightly. He raised his other palm to meet the dragon claw. With a loud bang, the dragon claw shattered, and Zhan Wuhen's body also swayed. However, at this moment, a dragon tail rolled out and swept toward Zhan Wuhen with a destructive force. Wherever the dragon tail swept, a dark crack appeared in the void. Zhan Wuhen snorted coldly and reached out to hit the dragon tail. However, he seemed to have underestimated the power of the dragon tail and was forced to retreat more than 30 feet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai took back his embodiment. The two huge figures stood between heaven and earth, looking down at all living beings with cold expressions. "Yang Kai, don't make a mistake." Zhan Wuhen looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "Senior, please leave. There is still room for reconciliation." Zhan Wuhen looked at him with a pained expression. "What I said just now, was it like playing the lute to a cow?" Yang Kai said with a determined face. "Senior, please let it go." Zhan Wuhen sighed. "Why bother? You are no match for me, and you know this. If you go against me, you will only be at a disadvantage." Yang Kai said, "It doesn't matter if I'm your opponent or not. What matters is how you choose." He turned to glance at the avatar and continued, "Senior, it's not tolerated by the heavens and the earth because it cultivated the heaven-devourer battle law. However, it's the best companion of mine to me, and no one can destroy it." Zhan Wuhen nodded slightly. "It looks like you and I will have to fight it out." Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Senior, please don't force me." Zhan Wuhen laughed. "You have to bear the consequences of your choice. Let me test your strength." After he finished speaking, he rushed toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He didn't even need to communicate with his embodiment as he spread out. One on the left and one on the right. One on the right. One on the dragon race's secret technique, while the other on the heaven-devouring domain. Boom, boom, boom. Without any movement from Zhan Wuhen, Yang Kai and the embodiment both felt an irresistible force coming toward them. The two huge figures were sent flying, crashing into countless houses along the way. Zhan Wuhen took advantage of this opportunity to turn around and pounce on the embodiment. From the looks of it, he was determined to break the embodiment's cultivation method first and cripple his cultivation. How could Yang Kai allow this? As he retreated, he raised his hand and activated the mountains and rivers bell. The ancient bell spun and expanded in the wind, covering Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen did not even look at it. He turned around in the air and kicked the mountains and rivers bell. With a loud bang, the entire Roaring Tiger City trembled. Hundreds of thousands of people held their heads in pain. The mountains and rivers bell was kicked away, but Zhan Wuhen used the rebound force to quickly approach the embodiment. The embodiment roared, and the evil fire on his body burned fiercely. It gathered into a raging flame and enveloped Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen did not dodge. The Emperor's chi on the surface of his body surged, and he was unscathed. He rushed in front of the embodiment in the blink of an eye, forcing the embodiment to retreat. Seeing that Zhan Wuhen's palm was pressing down, the embodiment had nowhere to retreat. He could only punch forward with both fists. At the critical moment, Yang Kai appeared in a flash. His body, which was taller than the embodiment's, stood beside him and threw a punch. Kong. Two huge figures flew out. Even with the combined strength of the two, they could not resist the power of Zhan Wuhen's palm. The strength of the great emperors was evident. Zhan Wuhen did not use his full strength, because the battlefield was in Roaring Tiger City. Otherwise, Yang Kai and the embodiment would have been even more vulnerable. As he retreated, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shrank. Zhan Wuhen was chasing after him, without any hesitation. It was the first time that Yang Kai faced a great emperor's head-on. He did not hold back, but the gap in strength and realm was like a natural chasm. He could not see any hope of victory. Zhan Wuhen's attack was also very simple. There were no fancy secret techniques, but his fists, palms, and elbows were all the most powerful weapons in the world. Every casual blow contained great power. Hundreds of thousands of people in the city watched without blinking. They were amazed by the terror of the great emperors, but they were also worried about Yang Kai. The rumbling sound was endless. Countless houses in the city collapsed, and broken walls could be seen everywhere. The battle was one-sided from the beginning. Yang Kai and the embodiment were not Zhan Wuhen's opponents at all. The two huge figures were beaten back and forth like sandbags. They did not even have the strength to fight back. Several times, the embodiment was almost destroyed by Zhan Wuhen. Fortunately, Yang Kai came at the critical moment and saved him. However, in such a situation, it was only a matter of time before Yang Kai and the embodiment were defeated. The mountains and rivers bell, the secret technique of the dragon race, the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal, and the divine technique of space. Yang Kai had almost used all his skills. However, these divine techniques that had always been successful in the past were all useless in front of Zhan Wuhen. He could break them with the raise of his hand. Yang Kai was in a frenzy. He wantonly used his power, and did not care whether it would destroy the Roaring Tiger City. With another loud bang, Yang Kai and the embodiment were sent flying again. However, this time, Zhan Wuhen did not give Yang Kai a chance to save him. He reached out, and a big hand of primordial qi appeared, and grabbed the embodiment's huge body. Under the restraint of primordial qi, the evil fire on the embodiment's body became dim. The more than 200 feet tall body struggled hard, but it was useless. Lines visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out from the big hand of primordial qi, and gradually wrapped the entire body of the embodiment. It looked like a seal or a kind of secret technique. Zhan Wuhen's voice resounded through heaven and earth. Yang Kai, I hope you will learn from this and not go down the wrong path. Yang Kai's eyes were red. He clenched his fists and got up from the ruins. He roared in grief and indignation. I don't accept this. Zhan Wuhen slowly shook his head. Under the stimulation of his emperor's qi, the lines on the embodiment's body became denser and denser, gradually wrapping its entire body. Although no one knew what these lines were, they knew that Zhan Wuhen must have destroyed its cultivation. It was a pity that such a powerful existence was destroyed by a heaven-devouring great emperor, just because it cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics. However, this matter was related to the great emperors and the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics. No one could say for sure whether Zhan Wuhen's actions were right or wrong. At this moment, Zhan Wuhen suddenly frowned and turned to look at Yang Kai. He immediately showed a shocked expression and shouted, Yang Kai, you've been corroded by demonic qi? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed greatly, and they all looked at Yang Kai. They saw that Yang Kai's half-dragon body was emitting traces of black qi, full of evil and ruthlessness. Naturally, no one was unfamiliar with this black qi. After fighting with the demon race for so long, everyone had a thorough understanding of demonic qi. At this moment, the qi that was being emitted from Yang Kai's body was shockingly demonic qi. Moreover, it was extremely pure demonic qi. No one had ever felt such pure and rich demonic qi from the demon kings on the battlefield. Li Jiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He really couldn't understand when Yang Kai had been corroded by demonic qi. Wasn't he a great wizard? He also had the bloodline of the dragon race. How could he be so easily corroded by demonic qi? There were no signs at all before this. The 200,000 soldiers also couldn't believe it. Only Yu Ru Meng's beautiful eyes were shining as she looked at Yang Kai. She even stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips as if she had seen some delicious food. Corroded by demonic qi? Yang Kai coldly looked at Zhang Wuhen and sneered. That's nothing. Zhang Wuhen frowned and shouted. There's a demon in your heart. Yang Kai grinned and laughed wildly, but no sound came out. He said with a happy expression, Then it's all thanks to Senior. Zhang Wuhen angrily shouted. Restrain your mind and protect your mind. Otherwise, disaster will befall you. Chapter 3429. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, No need. Senior is bullying the weak, because you are stronger than me. If I were stronger, I could teach Senior how to behave properly. You're going to become the demon race. Zhang Wuhen's face turned extremely solemn. Is that so? Yang Kai's lips curled into a strange smile. Then, let's become the demon race. Raising his right hand slightly, he pressed it against his right eye and said in a low voice, Black pupil purgatory, infinite darkness. Asterisk Wang. Asterisk the world trembled, and was suddenly shrouded in darkness. There was no light at all. A huge eye appeared in the sky, emitting an extremely demonic light that seemed to be able to steal one's soul. The hundreds of thousands of people in Roaring Tiger City all looked pained and averted their gazes, not daring to look at it. In this dark world it was quiet. It was as if time had stopped. Most people couldn't sense what had happened next. They only knew that the entire world had become dense with demonic qi, causing people to shudder. Only those second-order or third-order Emperor Realm Masters could detect some fierce energy fluctuations from time to time. In this dark world, Yang Kai's embodiment and the great emperors were still fighting a bloody battle. After an unknown amount of time, the huge eye in the sky suddenly cracked open a crack. The crack spread out in all directions, and became as dense as a spider web. With a bang, the huge eye collapsed. Light reappeared in the world, and the darkness receded quickly like a tide. The oppressive atmosphere also disappeared. Everyone turned their heads to look around, wondering how the final battle was going. Zhang Wuhen's angry roar suddenly sounded. Yang Kai, do you know what you are doing? Yang Kai's voice sounded immediately, but it was full of weakness and haggardness. Senior has forced me again and again. This junior has no choice but to do this in order to protect himself. Following the voice, the hundreds of thousands of people in Roaring Tiger City were dumbfounded. He saw Kai Yang standing in midair, his entire body dripping with blood, his appearance battered and exhausted. His huge half-dragon body had already dissipated, but one of his arms and one of his legs were twisted at an abnormal angle. It was obvious that they had been broken. Li Jiao's eyes narrowed when he saw this. This was the first time he had seen Yang Kai in such a miserable state. Back then, when he had wreaked havoc on Dragon Island, he had not been in such a miserable state. It could be seen that this time, Zhang Wuhen had not held back much. After all, those who went against the great emperors would not have a good ending. However, this wasn't what shocked him the most. What shocked him the most was that there was actually a woman in front of Kai Yang. He didn't know how she had appeared, but at this moment, Kai Yang was holding her by the neck and holding her hostage. Li Jiao also recognized this woman. She was Zhang Wuhen's disciple, the girl named Lin Yun'er. She seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. However, at this moment, Yang Kai was actually willing to take her hostage. His hand was clasped around her neck like a claw, and he looked like he was going to kill Lin Yun'er if there was any disagreement. Yang Kai had really misfired and become the demon race. Li Jiao's head buzzed, and he was so confused that he could not think. If he had not misfired and become the demon race, Yang Kai would not have done such a crazy thing. The outbreak of the demonic thoughts in his heart had made him unable to act normally. Li Jiao was heartbroken. Gao Shueting also looked at Yang Kai with a painful expression. She was the one who found Lin Yun'er. Originally, she wanted Lin Yun'er to persuade the Iron Blood Great Emperor not to make things too difficult for Yang Kai. However, who would have thought that when she and Lin Yun'er returned from another city, Roaring Tiger City would be in darkness? When the light reappeared, the situation had become like this. She did not even notice when Yang Kai had captured Lin Yun'er. After being stunned for a moment, she hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Yang, let go. It's not too late to turn back." Yang Kai's face was covered by the demonic qi, so his expression could not be seen clearly. However, Gao Shueting clearly felt that he looked in her direction, and then did not say anything else. He had actually ignored her. Gao Shueting's heart sank. This situation showed that Yang Kai had become the demon race. She was afraid that he could not even recognize who she was. "Uncle Yang." Lin Yun'er lowered her head and looked at Yang Kai's broken arms and legs. Her eyes immediately turned red, and tears flowed down her cheeks. "Does it hurt?" As soon as she said this, the demonic qi covering Yang Kai's face trembled violently. However, her concern did not get any response from Yang Kai. He only shouted fiercely, "Shut up!" Lin Yun'er cried even harder. It was unknown whether it was because she was worried about Yang Kai's injuries, or because she was sad after being shouted at by Yang Kai. However, no one was able to accept such a scene. The man who had turned the tide with his own strength, saved Roaring Tiger City from disaster several times, took the lead in every battle, and led an army of 200,000 to kill countless enemies. He was almost invincible. How could he become like this? In order to protect himself, he did not hesitate to hold a girl in his hand as a hostage. When others cared about him, he even spoke ill of them. It was really unacceptable. However, this was the fact in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Hundreds of thousands of people were silent. They looked at Yang Kai, who was surrounded by the demonic qi, with a complicated look, as if they were looking at a stranger. Strictly speaking, once a person's cultivation went berserk, they would be considered a completely different person. "Stop it, Yang Kai." Zhang Wuhen took a step forward. "Considering your efforts during this time, I will not kill you. I will only destroy your cultivation, and that of Shihua." Yang Kai exerted force in his hand, Lin Yun'er immediately groaned, and a bloody mark appeared on her white and slender neck. A cold voice came from Yang Kai's side. If you dare to take another step forward, she will become a corpse. How dare you? Zhang Wuhen was furious. It was not easy to find a disciple who could inherit his mantle. He cherished Lin Yun'er more than his own life. How could he allow Yang Kai to kill his disciple? Yang Kai said coldly, Senior, you are one of the great emperors. I admit that I am no match for you, and I am afraid that I can't escape from you. However, do you believe that I can make her die with me before you kill me? Zhang Wuhen's face was as cold as water. He looked at Yang Kai with majestic eyes and said lightly, Tell me your conditions. What do you want to let Yun'er go? Yang Kai said, I will take her first. When we reach a suitable place, I will set her free. However, if you dare to follow me, don't blame me for not caring about our old friendship. That's all. That's all. How can I believe that? Yang Kai said, Senior, I'm afraid you don't have a choice. Either you let me go, or I will go to hell with Yin. Gao Shueting stepped forward and said, Yang Kai, let her go. I will be your hostage. Yang Kai glanced at her and said sarcastically, You don't have the qualifications to do so. Gao Shueting's face turned pale. She felt as if her heart had been ruthlessly cut by a knife. A feeling of sadness instantly enveloped her. Zhang Wuhen said, Even if I promise you, you can escape for a while, but can you escape for a lifetime? As far as I know, you still have 4 wives. You have become the demon race. In the future, you will be hated by everyone. Have you thought about your 4 wives? How can they face the world in the future? Yang Kai laughed. I can't even protect myself now. Who cares about their lives? Zhang Wuhen shook his head slowly. Yang Kai, you have disappointed me. Don't be long-winded. Yang Kai shouted. The demonic qi that shrouded his face was rolling, showing that his emotions were fluctuating. Senior, you can consider my conditions carefully. I am afraid that Yun'er won't be able to hold on for that long. Lin Yun'er was fine with being held by Yang Kai by the neck. However, the demonic qi on Yang Kai's body was like a living creature. It kept spreading toward Lin Yun'er, wanting to corrode her body. If this continued, Lin Yun'er might really become the demon race. Zhang Wuhen also knew that indecisiveness would only lead to trouble. He immediately waved his hand and said, Okay, I promise you. However, I will say this first. If you dare to hurt even a strand of Yun'er's hair, I will find you even if you have to go to the ends of the earth. I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Yang Kai laughed. Thank you, Senior. I will take my leave now. Please rest assured that Yun'er will definitely return safely. As he spoke, he waved his hand to the side. The embodiment immediately rushed out from the ruins. Compared to Yang Kai, the embodiment was even more miserable. The demonic fire on its body had been extinguished, and the barbs on its body had been smoothed out. It was obvious that it had suffered a great loss in the battle just now. No one knew how long it would take to recover. Yang Kai put the embodiment into the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and under the fluctuation of the law of space he disappeared. The whole city was silent. Only Zhang Wuhen looked thoughtfully in a certain direction. Gao Shueting and Li Jiao looked at each other. They couldn't believe that such a thing would happen today. Until now, the two of them still felt like they were in a dream. They secretly prayed that this was indeed a dream. When they woke up, everything would return to normal. You are the one who forced my brother-in-law to such a state. I will kill you, Fu Ling screamed. She rushed in front of Zhang Wuhen and threw a punch. Boom star. This punch landed squarely on Zhang Wuhen's chest. Fu Ling was stunned. The hundreds of thousands of people were also stunned. The Iron Blood Great Emperor was hit. Moreover, he was hit by a dragon race. Why didn't you dodge? Fu Ling looked at Zhang Wuhen in astonishment. Although she didn't have much respect for the Iron Blood Great Emperor, he was still one of the great emperors. After punching him like this, she felt a little anxious. She was afraid that Zhang Wuhen would fly into a rage. Zhang Wuhen just looked at her quietly. After a while he said, He has a demon in his heart. I didn't force him. Fu Ling gritted her teeth and said, Who doesn't have a demon in their heart? Who dares to say that they have a clear conscience? If you didn't force him again and again, how could brother-in-law? How could he become like this? Zhang Wuhen slowly shook his head. It's too late to say this now. Give my brother-in-law back. Fu Ling cursed as she smashed her fist on Zhang Wuhen's chest. The dragon race's strength was very strong. Even Zhang Wuhen's body was swaying left and right. However, he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging or blocking. He just silently endured. Chapter 34:30. It could be seen that what happened today had a great impact on him. He had only come to condemn Yang Kai for practicing the heaven-devouring great emperor tactics. But he didn't expect that Yang Kai would completely fall into the demon path and turn a meritorious official of the astral world into a rat on the street. If not, how could Fu Ling get close to him with the power of the great emperors? After today, Yang Kai would have no place in the astral world. After venting his anger for a while, Fu Ling finally stopped and rubbed his eyes that had turned red. He turned his head to look at the surroundings and smiled sadly. It's not fun outside at all. As he spoke, his figure soared into the sky. Li Jiao shouted, Miss Ling, where are you going? Fu Ling didn't respond to him. After a while, a sorrowful dragon roar came from above the clouds. Vaguely, a purple light cut through the sky and disappeared. Yang Kai's fall to become the demon race seemed to have made Fu Ling disheartened. She went back home and didn't even care about the hundreds of thousands of people in Half-Dragon City. A sad atmosphere shrouded the entire Roaring Tiger City. Everyone's heart was blocked by inexplicable emotions and couldn't vent. Zhang Wuhen stood in midair and didn't move, as if he was waiting for something. Li Jiao, Gao Shueting, and the others didn't dare or want to disturb him. The law of space fluctuated and his figure flickered. Yang Kai ran all the way like a fugitive. He didn't stop until he reached the southern swamp. After putting Lin Yuner down, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, You can go. Lin Yuner rubbed her eyes and suddenly walked around Yang Kai with her hands behind her back. She smiled and said, Uncle Yang, how was my cooperation? Demonic chi rolled on Yang Kai's face. He said in a low voice, What cooperation? Don't talk nonsense. If you don't go, I'll kill you. Lin Yuner pouted and said, Master has already told me, are you still going to lie to me? Yang Kai stared at her and said, Iron Blood Master told you? What did he tell you? Lin Yuner giggled and said, Master told me to go to Roaring Tiger City when it's about time, and then let you hold me hostage so that you can get away easily. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. How come I didn't know about this? Lin Yuner shrugged. I don't know. Didn't senior sister Gao find you? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Lin Yuner said, That's right. I'm afraid it's just a coincidence. I was just about to go to Roaring Tiger City when that sister Gao came to me. She said that Master was making things difficult for you in Roaring Tiger City and wanted me to go and persuade Master. Then when I went with her, you caught me. Did Master ask you to catch me? Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. I just thought that it was more reasonable to take you hostage and escape, so, well, it seems that the Iron Blood Master also had the same thought. But he didn't tell me. Lin Yuner nodded and said, Yes. Uncle Yang, what are you doing? Why can't I understand? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Don't think about it if you don't understand. Don't tell anyone about our conversation just now. Just pretend that it didn't happen. When you go back, if someone asks what happened to you after you were taken hostage by me, just say that I was eroded by demonic thoughts, and my mind was in chaos. You took the opportunity to escape. Yes, I remember. Lin Yuner nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. Suddenly, she stretched out a slender finger and poked at the demonic chi on Yang Kai's face. But Uncle Yang, your misfire become the demon race so real. Is this a real demonic chi? Don't touch it. Yang Kai stepped back and looked around. Let's go back. I should go too. Tell the Iron Blood Master that I will do my best to do what they ask. Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. Lin Yuner stood and watched for a while. She didn't know where Yang Kai went, so she could only go back the same way she came. The next day in Roaring Tiger City, a stream of light came from afar. Zhang Wuhen, who had been standing in midair, was shocked and looked up. The stream of light landed in front of him, revealing Lin Yiner's figure. Lin Yiner's eyes were red and swollen. It seemed that she had been crying. At this moment, she was still sobbing and couldn't stop at all. Zhan Wuhen hurriedly asked, "Are you hurt?" Lin Yiner shook her head and said in a choked voice, "No, it's just that Uncle Yang." Zhan Wuhen asked, "Where did he go?" Lin Yiner said, "I don't know. Halfway there, his mind was suddenly in chaos. I took the opportunity to run back. I don't know where he went." Zhan Wuhen patted her head. "It's good that you're okay. Go back and rest." Lin Yiner responded and walked toward the space array in a daze. Below, Gao Shueting, Li Jiao, and the others looked at Zhan Wuhen, waiting for him to give an explanation. Zhan Wuhen didn't let them wait for long. Soon, a low voice resounded in roaring Tiger City. "The palace master of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, has become the demon race. He has fallen and become the demon race. He's beyond redemption. This person is powerful and has a profound cultivation. If you meet him in the future, if you have the chance, kill him to get rid of evil for the people." His words shook roaring Tiger City. In just 2 days, the flag of roaring Tiger City and the leader of the army had become a demon that everyone wanted to kill. No one could adapt to such a change. It wasn't over yet. Zhan Wuhen's voice sounded again. "In view of Yang Kai's evil deeds, all his disciples are to return to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory immediately. Seal the mountain gate, and don't open it without my order. Those who violate this order will be killed without mercy." There were 5,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace in roaring Tiger City. At this moment they were all furious. Zhan Wuhen ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal the mountain gate with just one sentence. This was a great humiliation to the High Heaven Palace. However, Yang Kai's previous actions were indeed criticized. Even if they were angry, the 5,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace couldn't say anything. Moreover, who would dare to disobey the orders of the great emperors? Under the personal supervision of Zhan Wuhen, the 5,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace were separated and teleported back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory through the space array. Yang Kai has become the demon race. In a city, Bing Yun gathered Su Yan and the others and said with a solemn expression, "After the battle with the Iron Blood Master, he became the demon race. He kidnapped the Iron Blood disciple Lin Yin and fled roaring Tiger City. Now no one knows where he is." Jia walked in with a cup of tea. When she heard this, her hand trembled. With a crash, the cup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. She was silent for a moment and bent down to pick up the pieces. However, her delicate body was trembling. Her head was buzzing because of Bing Yun's words. She couldn't think straight at all. Su Yan and the others also looked at Bing Yun in shock. "Impossible." Shanqing Luo was the first to express her disbelief. She frowned and said, "Senior, where did you get this news?" Bing Yun sighed. "This queen also thinks that it's a bit impossible. But this news was sent by the Iron Blood Great Emperor himself. It happened just a day ago." The blood drained from the faces of Su Yan and the others. Ji Yao, who was picking up the pieces, even shrank her hand. Her fingertips were cut by a sharp piece of porcelain, and dark red blood flowed out. She was now a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, but her finger was cut by an ordinary piece of porcelain. It was clear that her state of mind was in chaos. Ji Yao slowly stood up and said, "Honored Master, has it been confirmed?" Bing Yun glanced at her and sighed. "This queen has sent a message to Li Jiao." Li Jiao was right. It seems that there is no doubt about it. "I don't believe it." Shanqing Luo looked angry. "It must be that old fool Li Jiao's nonsense. I'll go find him now." After saying this, she was about to leave, but Su Yan grabbed her arm. "Big sister." Shanqing Luo turned to look at Su Yan. Su Yan slowly shook her head and quietly sent her a message. "Aren't you forgetting something?" Shanqing Luo was startled and suddenly remembered what Yang Kai said a while ago. He said that he was going to the demon territory and would use a different method to go to the demon territory. Could this be the prelude? That's right. If he wanted to go to the demon territory, what could be better than this situation? Going off and becoming the demon race. And becoming the demon race was indeed a good way to get accepted by the demon race. With Su Yan's reminder, Shanqing Luo had a thoughtful look on her face. Ji Yao observed her expression and suddenly seemed to realize something. No matter what you hear or see, don't believe it. A sentence that Yang Kai said a few months ago appeared in her mind. Ji Yao turned her head and looked outside. Is this the situation you're talking about? There was a stifling silence in the hall. Bingyun sighed. Yang Kai's whereabouts are unknown. The Iron Blood Master has ordered everyone in the High Heaven Palace to immediately return to the Northern Territory and seal the entrance. Those who leave without permission will be killed without mercy. Shanqing Luo angrily said, We have to return to the High Heaven Palace? Is he going to put us under house arrest? What right does he have? Bingyun said, And don't worry too much. The Iron Blood Master is not targeting the High Heaven Palace, but is a kind of protection in disguise. It seems that the Iron Blood Master cares about Yang Kai's previous efforts, so he's letting you return. Shanqing Luo coldly laughed. Then should I go and thank him? Whether it was true or not that Yang Kai had accidentally become the demon race, Yang Kai's reputation was tarnished this time. In the end, it was because of the battle with the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Shanqing Luo naturally had some opinions about Zheng Wuhen. Su Yan said, Luo, don't say too much. Master is right. The Iron Blood Master's actions are indeed a kind of protection for the High Heaven Palace disciples. After such a thing happened to Yang Kai, if the High Heaven Palace disciples were still wandering outside, they would definitely be targeted. When that time comes, a small conflict would become a big conflict. If there was any internal strife, it would only make the High Heaven Palace's current awkward situation worse. Letting them return to the High Heaven Palace was the best way to deal with it. Since Su Yan had spoken, even though Shanqing Luo was angry, she didn't dare to say anything more. She just had a look of displeasure on her face. Bingyun said, I will help you investigate Yang Kai's situation. Even if he really did become the demon race, there must be a reason for it. There may be a chance to set things right. You know his abilities the best, so don't worry too much. Gather your High Heaven Palace disciples and prepare to go back. Yes, Su Yan responded and led Shuiyu and Shanqing Luo away. Yao Er, Bingyun called. Disciple is here, Ji Yao responded. Go to the Roaring Tiger City in person and ask Li Jiao what happened yesterday, Bingyun ordered. Yes, disciple will leave now. Ji Yao originally wanted to go to the Roaring Tiger City to ask clearly. Now that she had received Bingyun's order, she naturally didn't want to delay for a moment. She hurriedly teleported to the Roaring Tiger City through the space array. Chapter 34-31. Yang Kai has become the demon race. Wen Zishan took out a jade slip and checked the information in it with his divine sense. His face was filled with disbelief. The jade slip was sent by Gao Xueting, and it was branded with Gao Xueting's divine sense brand, so it was obviously not fake. Moreover, Gao Xueting also explained in detail what happened that day, so it was hard for Wen Zishan not to believe it. After being absent-minded for a long time, he summoned Shen Qian and asked her to go to Roaring Tiger City to ask Gao Xueting face-to-face. In another city, Yang Yan was also holding a jade slip in her hand. She frowned and muttered softly, What is that brat doing? Why did he suddenly go against the Iron Blood Master and become the demon race? A group of people from the Emperor realm, who came to ask for support, saw her expression change and did not dare to disturb her. After a while, Yang Yan summoned an expert from the Emperor realm and asked him to go to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai has become the demon race. What do you think? In the hall, Wan Feng looked at Fan Hua and Song Go and asked in a deep voice, When did this happen? Song Go's eyes widened in surprise. I just received the news. Wan Feng looked serious. Fan Hua said, I also received the news. It seems to have happened yesterday. That brat really became the demon race? Song Go could hardly believe his ears. Fan Hua said, The news came from the Iron Blood Great Emperor, so it should be true. Song Go was absent-minded and murmured, That brat will also become the demon race? That's impossible. Did you make a mistake? Luan Feng and Fan Hua both shook their heads slowly. The former said, "This is a matter of great importance. It can't be wrong." Hearing this, Song Dog sighed. "That's a pity." Although that little brat Yang Kai often went to the ancient wild lands to make things difficult for them, Song Dog still admired him. It was rare to see such a talented junior. Now that he had fallen into the demon path, he would have no future to speak of. The Luan Feng said, "Regardless of whether he has become the demon race or not, he is still related to the descendants of Tian Xing. Ever since the descendants of Tian Xing entered the blood door, there has been no news of them. It has been more than 10 years. Maybe they will come out soon. You all know how important Yang Kai is to them. If Yang Kai is in a bad situation, I don't know what kind of attitude they will have." Fan Hua nodded solemnly. "Madame Feng is right. Then, in Madame Feng's opinion, how should we deal with this matter?" The Luan Feng said, "Find his whereabouts as soon as possible, and send him to the savage, desolate ancient ground. At that time, even if the descendants of Tian Xing come out, they won't blame us." Fan Hua nodded. "That's a good idea. Let's do that." The Luan Feng said, "Then I will send Ing Fei to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about the situation. I want to see where Yang Kai went. There's no time to lose. Let's go now." For a time, people came from all directions to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about what happened a day ago. Roaring Tiger City suddenly became very lively. At the same time, the news that Yang Kai had become the demon race spread like wildfire. In just a few days, the news spread to all the major cities in the Western Territory, and also to the Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territories. When those who knew Yang Kai heard this news, their first reaction was that it was nonsense and a pure rumor. However, this rumor seemed to be true. It even said that Yang Kai was defeated by the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and finally shamelessly kidnapped Lin Yin'er to escape. When this rumor was confirmed, the whole star world was in an uproar. No one had expected that such a rising star would really become the demon race, and practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics in advance. There were always errors in the transmission of information. As the news spread, the news that a Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics gradually became Yang Kai's business. Whether it was falling to become the demon race or practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, it was intolerable. This time, Yang Kai's reputation was completely ruined. Coupled with the Iron Blood Great Emperor's previous words, many people were even eager to find Yang Kai and kill him to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and get rid of evil for the people. Although Yang Kai did not know what was going on in the outside world, he could more or less guess what was going on and was mentally prepared. In the small sealed world, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in the medicine garden with a solemn look on his face. Next to him was the Tsang tree. The two wood spirits were suspended in midair, hiding a few dozen meters away, looking at Yang Kai worriedly. However, at this moment, there was nothing they could do to help, so they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The gold and silver sealing power on the Tsang tree was slowly poured into Yang Kai's body under his guidance. He guided it into the Dantian to seal the ancient demon qi. Previously, using this ancient demon qi, Yang Kai cooperated with the Iron Blood Great Emperor and perfectly acted out the drama of become the demon race and become the demon race. But now, he found that things had become a little troublesome. Ever since he absorbed the demonic qi outside Maplewood City, Yang Kai had no good way to deal with it. He could only rely on the Tsang tree's power to seal it. But after several unseals, the ancient demon qi became purer and more difficult to control. The demonic qi sealed in the Dantian was like a living creature. Every time it was unsealed, it would grow violently. This made it more difficult for Yang Kai to seal it again, and it required more sealing power. Yang Kai had discovered this a long time ago, until this time. This time, the situation was much more serious. Whether or not he could seal it, Yang Kai was not sure. It couldn't be real, could it? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it really became the demon race, it would be a big loss. Guarding his mind and eliminating distracting thoughts, Yang Kai controlled the Tsang tree's sealing power and poured it into his body. He suppressed the demonic qi in his body and sealed it back into the dantian. Time slowly passed, and the gold and silver light of the tsang tree became dimmer and dimmer. It wouldn't be long before it was completely exhausted, but the demonic qi in Yang Kai's body still showed no signs of diminishing. It was still tumbling and growing. This was a little fucking awkward. Yang Kai was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Not far away, Mu Zhu and Mu Na obviously sensed that the situation was not good. After glancing at each other, they seemed to have made up their minds and flew towards where Yang Kai was. Sensing the movement, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at them. He shouted, "Don't come over." Mu Zhu and Mu Na turned a deaf ear to him. Their small bodies stood on the branches of the firmament tree, and the two of them rapidly formed complicated hand seals. As the hand seals changed, the two wood spirits seemed to form a strange resonance with the firmament tree. The tsang tree, whose light had gradually dimmed, suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance. The gold and silver light shone brightly, and the sealing power also surged out like a fierce tide. Yang Kai was startled, but he didn't waste any time. He hurriedly guided the sealing power into his body. The tumbling demonic qi on the surface of his body was suppressed bit by bit, and the evil and violent aura also gradually disappeared. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Kai no longer had any demonic qi on the surface of his body. All of the demonic qi had been suppressed into the dantian, and his body returned to its original state. He felt a sense of comfort that he had never felt before. Mu Zhu and Mu Na were both sweating profusely and panting slightly. It was obvious that using the secret technique of the wood spirit race just now had taken a toll on them. "Are you alright?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked. The two wood spirits shook their heads together. Mu Zhu glanced to the side and said, "We're fine. It's just that the tsang tree." Yang Kai followed her gaze and discovered that the tsang tree was already on the verge of death. Its branches drooped down, as if it didn't have long to live. The gold and silver light that should have been there was now gone, and the branches and leaves were all withered and yellow. Mu Na said, "We've stimulated its vitality, so it's very harmful to it." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "It won't die, right?" Mu Zhu shook her head and said, "That won't happen. The tsang tree's vitality is very strong, and this place has the immortal tree's vitality, so it won't die so easily. It's just that if it wants to completely recover, who knows how long it will take. Master, in the future, don't release the demonic qi seal so easily. Without the tsang tree's power, if you release it, there will be no turning back." Yang Kai nodded with a dignified expression. "I'll remember that." The price of his plan this time was really high. Not only did he ruin his reputation, but he also couldn't use one of his most powerful trump cards. However, since things had already come to this point, he could only look forward to the future. After instructing the two wood spirits to rest, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing for a while and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him before leaving the small sealed world, identifying his location, and flying off in a certain direction. Up in the void, a figure flashed by at an extremely fast speed, stopping from time to sense its surroundings before setting off again. Tracking down this way, it was actually following the trail Yang Kai had left. Yang Kai didn't know how this person had discovered Yang Kai's whereabouts. One had to know that after escaping into the southern swamp, Yang Kai had been adjusting his breathing for a few days, and then repeatedly using the space divine technique. Even the great emperors would find it difficult to track his movements. However, this person was able to track him down almost exactly. The figure stopped again. Under the hazy moonlight, a graceful, curvaceous figure with long hair fluttering in the wind could be seen. Impressively, it was a beautiful woman. Yu Meng. After Yang Kai escaped from Roaring Tiger City, she had also disappeared from the city. Gao Shueting and the others had been looking for her for a few days, but to no avail. Who would have thought that she would appear here? At this moment, Yu Meng's beautiful eyes were blooming with a strange brilliance, like a cheetah that had found its prey. She was full of excitement, sticking out her scarlet tongue from time to lick her red lips, giving off a wild temptation. She stood in the void, her hair fluttering in the night wind. Turning around, She stared in a certain direction and giggled, whispering in a low voice, "Husband, she's coming for you. You can't escape." As soon as her last word fell, she turned into a stream of light and swept across the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the wilderness, all was quiet. Even the insects hiding in the soil seemed to have been frightened by something. It was silent all night. Chapter 34-32. Anha City was a small city located at the border of the Southern Territory and bordering the Western Territory. The population in the city was no more than 100,000, and there were no decent powerhouses in the city. Even the city lord's cultivation was only at the first-order Dao source realm. Such a city could be said to be insignificant in the entire star boundary. The population in the city was small to begin with, and now that the War of the Two Realms had broken out and Anha City was located at the border of the Southern Territory and bordering the Western Territory, most of the residents in the city had fled to the depths of the Southern Territory. They were afraid that the demon race would really come one day and wipe out the entire city. Now, the population had plummeted by more than half. However, whether it was in troubled times or prosperous times, there was one business that would never die out, and that was the sex trade. Anha City was not big, but there were several brothels. The largest one was the Spring Breeze Drizzle building. Perhaps it was because of the troubled times. The situation of indulging in luxury had become increasingly serious. So even though Anha City's population had decreased by more than half, the business of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was better than usual. The old pimp at the entrance constantly welcomed and sent off customers, and the girls wearing rouge and face powder were beaming with smiles as they warmly solicited customers. The interior of the building was luxuriously decorated, and the lifelike murals filled the entire Spring Breeze Drizzle building with an aura. In the hall, tables of guests were toasting and drinking with the coquettishly dressed girls. From time to time, they would move their hands up and down, causing the girls to giggle. In the tightly closed rooms, there were bursts of breathtaking moans that would make one's face turn red. With a loud bang, a person suddenly flew out from a room on the second floor and landed heavily on the ground. After rolling a few times, he stopped moving. The noisy hall fell into a strange silence at this moment, and everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the source of the commotion. He saw a young man lying on the ground. His face was covered in stubble, his body was dirty, and he reeked of alcohol. He was lying there motionless, and it was unknown whether he was dead or not. Fights were common in the brothel, so the guests were not surprised by this scene. They did not have much of a reaction, but they all looked at the young man lying on the ground with disgust. In such a situation, it was either that they had an argument with someone and were beaten up, or that they had no money to pay after having fun in the brothel. Neither of them deserved sympathy. The guests were calm, but Mama Song, who was at the door, was furious. She yelled at a man in a black suit on the second floor. "Someone is going to die. Are you going to pay for the broken tables and chairs?" Madame Sue was the procuress of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building. Her cultivation was not high, and she was quite beautiful when she was young. However, now that she was old, her figure was somewhat out of shape. Although she still had her charm, she could no longer be a receptionist. She could only stand at the door and send people off. Seeing Mama Song getting angry, the man who knocked the young man down from the second floor smiled apologetically and said, "Mama, don't be angry. It's this kid who is too outrageous." "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Mama Song swayed her waist as she walked to the young man's side. She lifted her leg and kicked him, but there was no reaction. She was shocked and said, "Is he dead?" The man in the black suit said, "It can't be. He seems to have some cultivation. I didn't use much strength, so how could he die?" At this moment, a young woman wearing a thin veil walked out from the side room. The veil was translucent, and when it covered her body, it made all the wonderful things on her body faintly discernible, causing the men below to take a few more glances. The woman looked down and pouted. "He deserves to be beaten to death." She then said to Mama Song, "Mama, you have to make a decision for your daughter. This guy has been drinking here for several days, and he has no money to pay." "No money?" Mama Song frowned, and her face was burning with anger. "He dares to come to the brothel without money. Where did this bastard come from?" "That's right." The woman on the second floor also had a look of disdain. "I thought he was a rich young master when I saw his handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament. Who would have thought that he was a poor kid? Your daughter has suffered a great loss." Mama Song coldly snorted and waved her hand. "Search him. See if he has anything valuable on him." As soon as she finished speaking, two men dressed like pimps immediately walked over and searched the young man. After a while, the two men looked up and shook their heads at Mama Song. "There's nothing." "Damn it." Mama Song gritted her teeth. "Drag him down and chop him up to raise flowers." The two pimps didn't hesitate at all. They grabbed the young man's arms and dragged him up. A guest next to them laughed. "Mama Song, you are too cruel. It's just a few days of drinking money, and you want to chop him up to raise flowers?" Mama Song coldly said, "Do you want to pay for him? If you are willing to pay for him, Mama will spare his life." The guest smiled. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything." Mama Song glared at him, then looked at the young man. However, she revealed a shocked expression and raised her hand. "Wait." The two pimps immediately stopped and turned to look at her. They didn't know what she was going to do. Mama Sue took a few steps forward and fanned the tip of his nose, as if she couldn't stand the strong smell of alcohol. She frowned and said, "Is this kid still breathing?" The two pimps looked at each other. One of them touched the young man's chest. and the other reached out to test the young man's nose. Then they nodded in unison. He's not dead yet. Mama Song nodded and walked around the young man. Then, she took out a silk handkerchief and placed it on his chin. She pinched his face and looked at it carefully. Her eyes lit up and she smiled. Take him down and wash him. Then send him to my room. The two pimps were dumbfounded when they heard this. Go. Mama Song glared at them. The two pimps didn't dare to hesitate and immediately followed the order. The guest who spoke earlier laughed. Mama, don't tell me you like that kid? Mama Song said. So what if I like him? I like that kind of guy. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect that to be the case. For a moment they were amazed. Some guests even teased Mama Song for being so greedy that she even liked that stinky kid. Mama Song was obviously used to this kind of scene. It didn't take much effort for her to deal with it. She flirted with a group of men and livened up the atmosphere. However, she was looking forward to it. She had worked in the brothel for hundreds of years. Every day, she welcomed and sent off guests. Naturally, her eyes were extraordinary. Although the young man was a little messy, she could see that as long as he dressed up a little, he would definitely be a handsome and extraordinary guy. When she was young, she didn't have the right to choose her guests. No matter how old or ugly they were, they had to serve them wholeheartedly. Now that she was a mother, she naturally could do whatever she wanted. Tonight she was lucky. After entertaining a few more guests, Mama Song swayed her waist and walked to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was the highest floor of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building. There were only a few rooms, and one of them was hers. She pushed open the door and closed it behind her. Mama Song had an expectant smile on her face. Her peach blossom eyes were overflowing with love. She bit her red lips and walked to the bed step by step. She looked down and saw that the young man was sleeping soundly on the bed. Mama Song took a closer look under the soft light and immediately smiled. Her eyesight was indeed not bad. This young man really had a different kind of elegant demeanor after dressing up a little, causing her index finger to twitch. She stretched out a hand and gently stroked the young man's chest. As soon as she touched him, she felt a majestic and powerful heartbeat, causing her hands to tremble and her legs to twist. She covered her mouth and smiled. She got up and went to the table. She mixed a bowl of hangover medicine and returned to the bed. She helped the young man up and let him lean on her body. Then, she poured the medicine down his throat. She put down the bowl and sat on the bed, waiting quietly. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Mama Song frowned. This shouldn't be the case. Her hangover medicine was extraordinary and should have taken effect long ago. Why wasn't this guy waking up yet? Could it be that he drank too much in the past few days? With this thought, she mixed another bowl of hangover medicine and poured it down the young man's throat. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Mama Song's face sank. Her good mood was ruined. In a fit of anger, she poured the rest of the hangover medicine into the kettle and poured it all down the young man's throat. Another hour passed, and there was still no movement. The young man on the bed was sleeping like a dead pig. His snoring was like thunder. Mama Song gritted her teeth and turned around. She got on the bed. I don't care. A dead pig is a dead pig. It's not like I haven't touched it before. She reached out and took off her clothes, revealing her fair body. Although she was a little old and her figure was a little out of shape, it was obvious that Mama Song had the ability to be proud when she was young. Her skin was snow white, her breasts were tall, her legs were long and slender, and her buttocks were perky. Only her lower abdomen was slightly bulging. After taking off all her clothes, she began to take off the young man's clothes. There were only a few pieces, but it was surprisingly troublesome to take them off. It was because the young man did not cooperate, but from time to time, he would move his legs and arms, messing up her rhythm. It took her a long time to take off his outer clothes. Mama Song gritted her teeth and went all out with the young man. Little did she know that Yang Kai, who was lying on the bed, wanted to cry but had no tears. He never thought that he would be forced by a woman one day. Moreover, it was in a brothel, and by such a woman. If he had known, he wouldn't have come to a brothel. However, in this situation, it wasn't convenient for him to suddenly wake up. He could only play it by ear. After a fierce struggle, Yang Kai was finally taken off by Mama Song. "Oh, sweetheart. I was so anxious." Mama Song was sweating all over. Seeing that she was about to succeed, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She flipped over and sat on Yang Kai. She raised her body slightly and slowly sat down. Her face was full of anticipation. However, at this moment, a cold little hand reached out from behind and grabbed her by the neck. Mama Song's beautiful face turned pale. She angrily shouted, "Who is it?" Chapter 34-33. In the end, Mama Song didn't know who was standing behind her. With a little force from that cold little hand, her neck tilted and she fell softly, instantly losing her life. Yu Meng stood by the bed, took out a silk handkerchief and wiped her hands. She looked at the body on the ground with disgust. "How dare you touch my man?" Throwing away the silk handkerchief, Yu Meng walked to the bed and looked down at Yang Kai lying on the bed. A touch of anger appeared on her face. Fortunately, she came in time. If she was a little later, wouldn't this adulterous man and woman have already cooked the rice? She knew that Kai Yang had several wives, but those women had existed before she met Kai Yang, so she was powerless to do anything about them. But what about this brothel's madam? What was she to do? If she was a girl with a clean background, it would be fine. However, she had already formed a heart seal with Yang Kai, and they couldn't be separated for the rest of their lives. Naturally, she wouldn't allow Yang Kai to be sullied by such a dirty woman. Thinking of this, she became angry and glared at Yang Kai, shouting, "Get up!" Under the surge of divine thought, her voice even carried the power of impact on the divine soul. Yang Kai frowned, his eyelashes trembled, and his eyelids slowly opened. For eyes met, and Yu Rumeng's anger disappeared without a trace. It was because the state of the man in front of her was very wrong. His gray eyes were shrouded with a feeling of despair, as if all the light in the world had been blocked. She and Kai Yang had not known each other for long, but these days, when had this man not been in high spirits and in high spirits? No matter where he was the center of the world. However, at this time, he was like a bird that had been knocked down from the clouds and fell into the mud. His face was full of fatigue and haggard. The fact was indeed so. From the brightest star in the star boundary to the notorious devil that everyone wanted to kill. Even the great emperors had issued orders to kill him. Wasn't he falling from the clouds into the mud? Yu Rumeng sighed and said, "Why bother?" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and looked at her with empty eyes without any light. Yu Rumeng squatted down and sat on the edge of the bed with her plump buttocks. She stretched out her hand and stroked Yang Kai's cheek. She said softly, "Even if everyone abandons you, you still have me." Yang Kai's empty eyes seemed to flash with a trace of light, and his drowsy eyes opened a little. Yu Rumeng showed a gentle smile at the right time. She wanted this smile to be imprinted in the deepest part of Yang Kai's heart. She wanted this smile to become the motivation for Yang Kai to persevere. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly launched an attack. He pulled her over, turned around, and pressed her under his body. He covered her towering chest with one hand and ruthlessly kneaded it. He did not have the slightest intention of having tender feelings for the fairer sex. His other hand reached for her belt and directly tore it apart. His mouth, which was full of the smell of alcohol, unscrupulously kissed Yu Rumeng's lips. Oh! Yu Rumeng moaned and struggled, but how could she resist Yang Kai's strength? Her whole body was firmly pressed under his body, and she could not move at all. Feeling that her clothes were rapidly being removed, Yu Rumeng suddenly panicked. She turned her head and said, "Stop, you're hurting me." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and seemed to have gone crazy. His nostrils were blowing hot air, and the expression on his face became ferocious and terrifying. It was as if the one being pressed under his body was not Yu Rumeng, but the biggest enemy in his life. He could not wait to gnaw his bones, drink his blood, and eat his flesh. How could Yu Rumeng allow him to continue? If they were in love with each other, it would be normal for a man and a woman to love each other. But in this situation, how could Yu Rumeng be willing to give up her body? Unable to break free, Yu Rumeng raised her hand and slapped Yang Kai's face. With a crisp slap, Yang Kai's head tilted to one side. His violent and rough movements seemed to have stopped because of this slap. Yu Rumeng gasped and looked at Yang Kai coldly. "You forced me to do this." Yang Kai was motionless, as if he was under a spell. Yu Rumeng frowned and reached out to touch Yang Kai's cheek. She said as gently as possible, "I don't want to hit you, but wake up. Do you know what you're doing?" Yang Kai seemed to have no interest in answering, or was too lazy to answer. He simply ignored her and slowly climbed down from her body. He pulled a blanket and wrapped his body. Then he sat at the table, picked up a pot of wine on the table, raised his head, and poured it into his mouth. Behind him, Yu Rumeng put on her clothes. When she finished, she came over and saw that Yang Kai had already drunk several pots of wine. Yu Rumeng sat down, looked at him quietly and whispered, "Don't drink anymore." As expected, Yang Kai still had no intention of responding. After several times, Yu Rumeng snatched the wine pot from Yang Kai's hand and gritted her teeth. "I told you to stop drinking. Give it to me." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her with a cold face. There was a clear murderous intention in his eyes. Yu Rumeng raised her smooth chin. "What? You want to kill me? If you are willing to do so, then do it." With that, she took the initiative to stretch out her neck, as if she would not resist and let him punish her. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a look of struggle, But in the end he did not do it. He just held his head in pain and said bitterly, "I just want to get drunk. Why are you stopping me? I know you can't bear to." Yu Meng smiled. He did not know what she was happy about, but she felt a little complacent. "Go away. Don't stay by my side. I don't know when I will become the demon race." Yang Kai waved his hand. Yu Meng didn't leave and instead stuck closer to him, snuggling up to him, her towering breasts pressing against Yang Kai's elbow. "I won't leave, you're mine. Wherever you go, I'll go." Yang Kai pushed her away and said bitterly, "You have seen what happened in Roaring Tiger City. Really, don't stay by my side. Live well in the future. If you meet a good man, find someone to marry." Yu Meng poked her head over and said with a smile, "What kind of man do you want me to marry?" Kai Yang laughed at himself. "In any case, I'm not like this." Yu Meng tilted her head and said, "But I like you. What should I do?" Yang Kai looked at her. "You may be blind." Yu Meng was stunned for a moment. Then she covered her mouth and laughed for a while. Suddenly, she got up, grabbed Yang Kai's hand and pulled him up. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai responded weakly, like a walking corpse. "Don't you want to drink?" "I'll accompany you," Yu Meng said, and with her emperor chi, she rushed out with Yang Kai wrapped around her. The hall on the first floor was still noisy and lively. When their figures flashed, Yu Meng and Yang Kai had already appeared in the center of the hall. Yu Meng looked around and walked straight to the largest table in the center, came to the table and said, "Get lost." There were 7 or 8 guests at this table, 7 or 8 girls drinking and having fun. Suddenly hearing this, all of them were stunned. However, when they looked up, the eyes of the 7 or 8 guests suddenly widened, and their greedy eyes lingered on Yu Meng. And his city was just a small city, and even if the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was the largest brothel, the quality and beauty of the girls were very limited. How could they compare with a femme fatale like Yu Meng? Whether it was figure, face, or temperament, in the entire star boundary, there were only a handful of girls who could compare with Yu Meng. In comparison, the guests only felt that the girls in their arms were like country bumpkins, and the woman in front of them was a goddess. If they could get close to her, even death would be worth it. A pot-bellied man looked at Yu Meng lecherously and laughed. "You have such a beautiful girl here? How come I didn't know?" Saying so, he got up and grabbed Yu Meng. Looking at his posture, he wanted to change to another girl to accompany him. However, his hand had only stretched halfway when his whole arm suddenly burst into a bloody mist. The man was still a little confused, but soon he felt pain and screamed. His scream came to an abrupt end, and his whole body exploded. The faces of the other people at the table changed greatly, and they all sobered up. They all got up and glared at Yu Meng, and the girls screamed again and again. They were so scared that their beautiful faces turned pale. "Lowly servant, you dared to kill people?" A man shouted angrily. Although he did not see how his companion died, it was obviously the work of this beautiful woman. While speaking, he raised his hand and summoned a long sword, preparing to stab her. Yu Meng stared at him coldly, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. The man was immediately stunned. In the next moment, the long sword in his hand stabbed straight into his chest. With a poochie sound, blood splattered everywhere. The man fell down softly, but before he died, a satisfied smile still hung on his face. Such an unimaginable scene really shocked everyone. The whole hall suddenly fell silent, and the remaining men all swallowed their saliva. Only now did they realize that the cultivation of this woman in front of them was ridiculously high. Otherwise, she would not have been able to kill people without them noticing. "Get lost." Yu Meng's red lips slightly opened, and she coldly spat out a word. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned from a dream, and they all turned and fled. Not only the people at this table fled, but everyone in the hall also fled, and for a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Yu Meng said again, "Bring all the wine in your restaurant." After speaking, she waved her hand to clear the table, and sat down with Yang Kai. After a short while, the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was empty, and only Yang Kai and Yu Meng were left sitting opposite each other. The big table was full of wine jars, and the pimps of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building were very obedient, and they obediently emptied the wine cellar. Yang Kai grabbed the wine jars and kept pouring wine into his mouth. His stomach was like a bottomless hole, and no matter how much wine he drank, he could hold it all. Yu Meng sat opposite him and quietly watched him. After drinking one jar, she handed him another without saying a word. 10 jars, 50 jars, 100 jars, 200 jars. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly let out a long howl and threw the wine jar in his hand. The howl rolled like thunder, causing the whole Anha city to tremble. After a long time, the howl gradually stopped. Yang Kai looked at Yu Meng with red eyes, and his mouth squirmed a few times, and he said with a face full of pain, "I can't get drunk." Chapter 34:34. Then drink some more. We'll stop when we're drunk. Yu Meng threw another jar of wine at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't catch it and let it fall to the floor and smash into pieces. Yu Meng pondered for a moment and said, "Wait here." While speaking, she turned around and flew out. No one knew what she was going to do, but soon, there was a commotion in the city. It was obvious that it was caused by Yu Meng. Half an hour later, Yu Meng returned to the hall and smiled at Yang Kai. Then, she turned around and clapped her hands at the entrance of the hall. "Come in." Yang Kai raised his eyes to look, and was immediately dumbfounded. He saw a group of women slowly walking in from outside the door. They were thin and round and round and round, and they were like orioles and swallows. However, this group of women were different from those girls in the Spring Breeze Drizzle building who had put on makeup. At first glance, one could see that they were all women of good families. Every woman's face was full of fear and uneasiness. Some of them even had tears on their faces. But under Yu Meng's abuse, they had no choice but to walk in obediently. Of the 30 to 40 women, the youngest looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, while the oldest looked to be only 25 or 26 years old. Under Yu Meng's instructions, all of them stood in a line in front of Yang Kai timidly. Some of them occasionally looked up at Yang Kai, but quickly lowered their heads. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't show the slightest abnormality on his face. He still looked sad, as if he wanted to die early. Yu Meng smiled at Yang Kai and explained, "These are the most beautiful women in this city. Don't worry, all of them are pure and flawless. Take a look and see what you like." Kai Yang sat motionless, like a wooden sculpture. Yu Meng walked to a teenage girl and led her in front of Yang Kai. "How about this one? She is a budding beauty at such a young age. Men should like her very much. If I were a man, I would be tempted. If we spend a night together, we should have a good night." The girl was frightened because she was caught by Yu Meng. At this moment, hearing Yu Meng's words, she was even more frightened and almost cried. Seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond, Yu Meng waved her hand at the girl and quickly ran back. Then, Yu Meng called a 17 or 18-year-old girl over and tried her best to promote her in front of Yang Kai. After changing several people, Yang Kai still didn't respond. Yu Meng pulled another person, 24 or 25 years old. Her appearance was among the best, but she was still a virgin. I said. "Enough." Yu Meng sighed. "You want to get drunk to vent the anger in your heart. But how can you get drunk with these ordinary drinks? In your current situation, wine and women are the same. Since you can't get drunk, you can find a way to get drunk with women." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He grabbed a wine jar on the table, got up and walked out. His steps were unsteady. Yu Meng turned and stared at his back. After a while, she quickly followed. In the hall, the dozens of women waited in fear for a long time. After confirming that the strange man and woman would not return, they hurriedly fled. After surviving a calamity, the young women could no longer hold back and began to wail. This night was a nightmare for them. Fortunately, the man didn't mean to harm them. Otherwise, all of them would have lost their chastity. "Why are you following me?" In the wilderness, Yang Kai looked at Yu Meng with an indifferent face. "Following me won't do you any good." Yu Meng smiled gently. "I said you are mine. Wherever you go, I will go. Don't think you can get rid of me. Do you know what kind of situation I am in now?" Yu Meng said. "In the Battle of Roaring Tiger City, you became the demon race and became the demon race. I'm afraid the news has spread all over the world. So now you should be like a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone. Since you know, why are you still so stubborn? Release the heart seal secret technique. Go. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. You don't want to be implicated by me." Yang Kai waved his hand. "I won't go." Yu Meng stepped forward and held Yang Kai's arm. "Why bother?" Yang Kai shook his head. Yu Meng said, "Even if there is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of you, I will go with you." Yang Kai's cold eyes suddenly became soft, as if his mind had been greatly shocked. He looked at her affectionately and touched her cheek with one hand. "You won't regret it?" Yu Meng shook her head firmly. "No turning back." Yang Kai licked his dry lips and hugged Yu Meng into his arms. He used so much strength that it seemed he wanted to rub Yu Meng into his body and never be separated again. He sighed. "I have no regrets in this life." Yu Meng raised her head slightly. The corners of her eyes curved into crescents. Her beautiful eyes shone with a proud light. She knew it was easy to break a person's heart at this time. She was right. Although the heart seal secret technique made it impossible for her and Yang Kai to be separated, it was only a secret technique after all. How could it compare to Yang Kai's true feelings? She wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck and whispered in his ear. I said, even if the whole world abandons you, you still have me. Yang Kai suddenly released her and put his hands on her shoulders. His eyes bloomed with a different kind of light as he said excitedly, Ru Meng, let's go live in seclusion. The change of topic was a little too big, making the corner of Ru Meng's eyes twitch. She said calmly, live in seclusion? Yang Kai nodded heavily. Live in seclusion in the mountains, and never ask about the world. Just the two of us, the man plows and the woman weaves. We can have a few children, and live a carefree life. What bullshit astral demon territory has nothing to do with me? Have a few children? Ru Meng was dumbfounded. She wailed in her heart. She didn't expect that although her tenderness and sweetness moved Yang Kai, he would have such thoughts. If he really did that, then what was the point of playing? Thinking about it, Ru Meng said, then what about your wives? Yang Kai looked gloomy and said in a low voice, I only know that at this time, you are by my side, not them. He didn't even care about his wives. It seemed that what happened in Roaring Tiger City was too big a blow to him, causing a huge change in his mentality. Maybe it was also because of the become the demon race, which made his thoughts become paranoid. While she was deep in thought, Kai Yang had already vividly described the beautiful life they would have after living in seclusion. He had even described the appearance of their residence. Not only that, he had even thought of the names of their children. Aren't you thinking too much? Ru Meng wanted to spit in his face, but she also knew that if she refuted Yang Kai at this time, it would definitely make the situation worse, and all the previous efforts would be in vain. In the end, Yang Kai squeezed her shoulder and said excitedly, so let's go to live in seclusion. Ru Meng had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, okay, let's go to live in seclusion. After the discussion, Yang Kai didn't want to stop for a moment. As if the motivation to live had been reignited, he hugged Ru Meng and began to look for a suitable place. Within a few days, the two of them had settled down in the depths of the mountain range. A brand new wooden house had been erected on the flat ground at the top of the mountain. Outside the house, Kai Yang had opened up a few plots of farmland. She didn't know where Kai Yang had found some seeds to plant, but he was in high spirits as he waved his hoe around. Ru Meng stood at the door of the wooden house, wearing coarse clothes and a silk scarf on her head. She was dressed like a farmer's wife. This style didn't reduce Ru Meng's beauty, but added a different kind of temptation to her. But this appearance made Ru Meng not want to look in the mirror for several days, for fear that she would be disgusted by herself. During the work, Yang Kai looked up from time to time, and Ru Meng had to squeeze out a smile to respond. Occasionally, she would send some water over and help Yang Kai wipe the sweat on his face. She was a dignified and intelligent little woman, which made Yang Kai sigh in front of her several times. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? At night, the two slept in each other's arms, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. Yang Kai expressed his desire several times, but Ru Meng knew that his current state was not normal. So how could she agree to give it to him under such circumstances? For more than 10 days, the days were ordinary, but Yang Kai was enjoying himself. as if he really liked this kind of life, and was willing to continue like this for the rest of his life. Yu Rumeng cooperated wholeheartedly, and didn't show the slightest abnormality. But in her heart, she was helpless. On this day, Yang Kai was sitting at the door, weaving a wicker basket with bamboo strips, while Yu Rumeng accompanied him, talking and laughing with him. Suddenly, Yang Kai's movements paused, and he looked up in a certain direction. Yu Rumeng asked, "What's wrong?" "Sho." Yang Kai put a finger to his mouth, showing a vigilant look, and quietly spread out his divine sense. His appearance made Yu Rumeng's expression brighten. She was worried that there was no way to break this boring day. But unexpectedly, there was a variable. She secretly prayed in her heart that things were really as she thought. After a while, Yang Kai sighed, put down the half-finished wicker basket in his hand, clapped his hands and stood up. He lowered his eyes and said, "Since you are here, show yourself." Yu Rumeng was shocked. Someone had come, and she didn't even notice it? In this situation, either Yang Kai's perception was wrong, or the person's cultivation was higher than hers, otherwise, she would have noticed it. Yang Kai shouldn't have made a mistake, so the only explanation was that someone had really come. Chapter 34-35. There was a ripple in the void, and a figure slowly emerged. Yang Kai looked up at him. His gaze became a little evasive, as if he was ashamed to face this person. But in the end he cupped his fists and greeted, "Temple Master Wen." The person who appeared in front of him was the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple, Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan had a pained expression on his face as he sighed. "I've heard about what happened to you. Are you feeling better now?" Yang Kai replied, "Thank you for your concern, Temple Master Wen. I was lucky enough to recover." Wen Zishan said, "It is a taboo for a cultivator to become the demon race. The Iron Blood Master said that there is a demon in your heart. As long as this demon is not eliminated, it will become a big problem in the future, even if it is temporarily fine. So Temple Master Wen is here to take me back?" Yang Kai lowered his eyes, and his voice suddenly became extremely calm, but anyone could feel the hostility growing in him. Wen Zishan said, "Don't be agitated. I don't want to be enemies with you. I just want to talk to you." Yang Kai said lightly, "Disciple is listening." Wen Zishan gently nodded and said, "Although you are not from Azure Sun Temple, you have formed a relationship with the temple since you were in the Tao Source realm. It can be said that this king watched you grow up. If you had agreed back then, you would have become a disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Unfortunately, my temple did not have this blessing and missed a master." Yang Kai laughed self-deprecatingly. "Temple Master Wen is too kind." When Zishan continued, "Fortunately, you became an honored elder of my temple in the end. Since you are an elder of my temple, then your matter is this Wen's matter, and the temple's matter. Yang Kai, think about the High Heaven Palace. Think about your family and friends, and think about those who care about you. Come back with me." Yang Kai raised his eyes. "In the end, Temple Master is here to take me back." When Zishan frowned, "How can you confuse these two things? If I had come to capture you, I wouldn't have said these things to you. Come back with me. When Mao guarantees that I won't let anyone harm you. However, I will need your cooperation to eliminate the demonic thoughts in your heart." Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "Once the demonic will is born, how can it be eliminated?" When Zishan said in a deep voice, "The winner is strong, and the winner is strong. Yang Kai, don't go astray again." "I went astray." Yang Kai laughed, his eyes turning cold. "Temple Master, since you've heard about me, then do you know the whole story?" When Zishan hesitated for a moment before sighing, "The Iron Blood Master was in the wrong a few days ago, but you shouldn't have disobeyed him." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became ferocious. According to the Hall Master's words, if the Iron Blood wants to cripple me, sure hua, I should hand it over with both hands and not resist? When Zishan advised earnestly, "There is always a way to solve this problem." Yang Kai sneered. "Sure hua is one of my most important companions. He has made great contributions to my path of growth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is my family. During the battle against the demon race, he killed countless enemies. Just because he cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle method, he is not allowed to exist in this world? Does this world belong to me, the 100 million cultivator? Or does it belong to the Iron Blood? Just because he slaughtered countless demon race members, the Iron Blood should not make things difficult for him. After a pause, Yang Kai looked sharply at Wen Zishan.
Sure Hua is
Temple
equivalent
Master
to the
probably
status of
can't
senior
understand
sister
what I'm
Gao
saying.
in the Temple
So
Master's
this junior
heart.
boldly asked.
When Zishan was
If the
silent,
Iron Blood
speechless,
wants to cripple
Yang
senior
Kai
sister
let out a
Gao's
long
cultivation,
breath.
how would the
Temple
Temple Master
I don't know
choose?
how you found me,
When Zishan
but I have
frowned,
decided to live
you're
here in
confusing the
seclusion with
concepts.
Qing.
And no longer care about the outside world. I asked Temple Master to take into account our past friendship and withdraw for now. From now on, Yang Kai and Li Shiqing will no longer exist in the star boundary. Wen Zishan's expression changed as he looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. You want to live here in seclusion? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Wen Zishan said, then the High Heaven Palace. What does it have to do with me? Yang Kai interrupted him. Wen Zishan choked for a long time, unable to say a word, and finally smiled bitterly. You really do have a demonic intent in your heart. Is Temple Master determined to make things difficult for me? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a dangerous light. When Zishan sighed, you have a demonic intent in your heart. This Temple Master cannot sit idly by. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, what does my own business have to do with you? Why do you keep forcing me? I have sacrificed a lot for the star boundary. Can't you let me go because of these sacrifices? When Zishan looked at him bitterly, it is precisely because you have contributed so much to the star boundary that I cannot give up on you. Yang Kai laughed loudly. Well said. Since Temple Master is so stubborn, don't blame this junior for being impolite. Come out, all of you. What are you doing sneaking around? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai looked around coldly. Following this angry roar, one figure after another suddenly appeared around Yang Kai. All of them were third-layer Emperor Realm Masters. And in an instant, they surrounded Yang Kai so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Yang Kai looked at them one by one and sneered. Very good, they are all familiar faces, old acquaintances. The Heavenly Marshal Holy Land, Holy Lands, Holy Lord, Ma Qing, placed his sword behind his back and stroked his beard with the other hand. Little brat Yang, do you know that you're in a very bad situation right now? If you don't turn back now, it'll be too late. You were only able to recover last time, because you were lucky. If you misfire again, and become the demon race, there's really no turning back. Yang Kai didn't respond. He just turned his head and looked at Li Jiao. Brotherly, do you also want to teach me a lesson? Li Jiao covered his face with his hands, his old face completely red. This Li was forced to do so. I only came here to join in on the fun. Brother Yang, please forgive me. Yang Kai nodded and turned to the other person. Where is Temple Master Zhou? This person was none other than the Eastern Territories Ahan Temple's Temple Master, Zhou Yuang. Zhou Yuang formed a seal with one hand, his figure drifting like a ghost. Obviously, it had something to do with the secret art he cultivated. Hearing this, he smiled and said, what does Temple Master Yang want me to say? Yang Kai said, no one is forcing you to say it if you don't want to. On the other side, Xiao Yang quickly said, Yang Kai, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand. Lei Hong also shouted in a low voice, you are still young. You will have a chance to set things right. Why are you so stubborn? Yang Kai stood in place and lowered his eyes. After waiting for them to finish speaking, he said lightly, is everyone done? If you are, it's my turn. When Zishan nodded and said, if you have anything to say, we are also willing to listen. Yang Kai's mouth curled into an evil smile. Now that the situation in the star boundary is so bad, this junior is really honored to be able to send masters like you to deal with me. It's just that. I am not looking down on you. But if this junior wants to leave, can you stop him? Wen Zishan clenched his teeth and shouted, Yang Kai, wake up! Yang Kai sneered and said in a cold voice, this junior has already put down his worldly affairs and wanted to live in seclusion in this mountain forest with Qing. But you have followed me here and forced me to leave. Since this is the case, This junior might as well come out and turn the world upside down. Let's see who can't take it in the end. Saying so, his figure flashed and he suddenly appeared beside Yu Rumeng. He grabbed her waist and shouted, "Let's go!" Space principles fluctuated, and he was about to teleport away. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, because the space nodes in the surrounding world had been sealed. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and shouted in a certain direction, "Li Wuyi!" A figure in snow-white clothes appeared. It was indeed Li Wuyi. Only he could seal the surrounding space nodes without anyone noticing, cutting off Yang Kai's escape route. Yu Rumeng's expression changed slightly, as she felt that today was a bad day. Yang Kai had the space divine technique, so even if he was surrounded by so many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, nothing could happen to him. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape. But now that Li Wuyi had personally come out, the situation was different. In terms of attainments in the space divine technique, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi were at most on par. So without his greatest support, Yang Kai's combat strength would be greatly reduced. What should she do? Just as she was panicking, she suddenly felt a strong force coming from her waist and throwing her away. At the same time, Yang Kai shouted, "You go first, I'll come back for you." Yu Rumeng knew that Yang Kai was going all out and didn't want to implicate her. So she didn't hesitate and flew out of the encirclement. When she looked back, she saw Yang Kai's Emperor Qi violently surging as he raised his hand and slapped towards Xiao Yuyang. Under the fluctuations of space principles, the place where Xiao Yuyang was standing turned into a black hole, as if it was going to swallow the entire world. Li Wuyi's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Stop!" Everyone else also paled in horror and hurriedly rushed over to help. Xiao Yuyang even tried his best to resist, but the black hole was Yang Kai's space divine ability, and he didn't seem to have expected that Yang Kai would try to kill him as soon as he appeared, so he was caught off guard. The black hole opened and closed, and the place where Xiao Yuyang was standing was now empty. Everyone was dumbfounded. In a single exchange, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master was killed just like that. They all knew that Kai Yang's strength couldn't be judged based on his cultivation. His strength was much higher than his cultivation, but after really facing him, they all realized just how terrifying he was. Li Wuyi exuded a cold aura as he stared coldly at Yang Kai and said, "You disappoint me." Yang Kai sneered, "I've long wanted to experience Senior's space divine technique, but I've never had the chance. Today, I hope Senior can enlighten me." "As you wish," Li Wuyi growled. The two of them urged their space principles at the same time, and in an instant, the world collapsed as void cracks appeared one after another. The expressions of the several three-stage Emperor Realm Masters changed as they hurriedly retreated. These void cracks were endless and constantly changing, so no one dared to touch them. Looking around, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi were shuttling back and forth between the void cracks, as if they were walking on flat ground, fiercely exchanging blows with each other. Everyone glanced at each other, aware that they were powerless to intervene, so they could only spread out and wait for an opportunity to act. Chapter 34-36. The void collapsed and cracks appeared as Yang Kai and Li Wuyi shuttled through them. At a certain moment, the two of them rushed into one of the spatial rifts and disappeared. Following their disappearance, the countless spatial rifts automatically closed up under the influence of the star boundaries' heaven and earth laws. When Zishan and the others looked at each other with solemn expressions, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi had obviously entered the void, so they had no way to intervene. As for Yu Rumeng, who escaped first, they didn't care too much. In any case, with Li Wuyi taking action, Yang Kai definitely couldn't escape. Yu Rumeng's matter would be taken care of by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire. On the top of the mountain it was quiet. The newly built wooden houses had collapsed into ruins, and the farmland that Yang Kai cultivated was a mess. Although the fight between Yang Kai and Li Wuyi was short, it had already destroyed the place beyond recognition. In the void, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi appeared together, looked at each other, and said at the same time, "Split up." Saying so, the two went in two different directions, shuttling through the void's turbulent current. Not long after, Yang Kai found Xiao Yang, who he had blasted into the void before. At this moment, Xiao Yang's situation was not very good. Half of his body had been swallowed by the void's turbulent current. If he had been a little later, he might have really been lost in the void. At that time, even Yang Kai and Li Wuyi wouldn't be able to find him. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to pull him out of the void's turbulent current. Xiao Yang looked at him suspiciously. "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Elder Xiao should go ask Senior Li. He will give you an explanation." Xiao Yang frowned. Although he had many questions, he couldn't do anything if Yang Kai didn't say anything, so he could only follow Yang Kai to see Li Wuyi. Not long after, Yang Kai saw Li Wuyi rushing over. When the two met and confirmed that Xiao Yang was out of danger, Li Wuyi gently nodded. Yang Kai complained, "Senior, you are too slow. I sent you the message 8 days ago. Why did you only come today?" Hearing this, Xiao Yang's eyes widened as he asked, "You revealed your whereabouts yourself?" Previously, he had been wondering how Li Wuyi had found out about Yang Kai's current hiding place and had led them to the exact location. Only now did he realize that it was Yang Kai who had leaked the information. What the hell was he doing? Xiao Yang was completely dumbfounded. Li Wuyi replied, "I can't help it. I'm a bit tied up over there. It wasn't easy for me to beat up the demon race, so I took the time to come over. I hope I didn't hold you back." Yang Kai replied, "That's not the case. I'm just afraid that if this goes on for too long, I'll give myself away." Xiao Yang said, "Wait a moment, you two. Who can tell me what's going on?" Yang Kai and Li Wuyi looked at each other and laughed. Li Wuyi said, "Don't ask so many questions. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. In short, this is the idea of the great emperors." Since it was related to the great emperors, Xiao Yang immediately fell silent. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai and Li Wuyi were doing, he could tell that this seemed to be a show. But what he didn't understand was that since it was a show, there would naturally be people watching the show. Who was the one watching the show? Could it be Zhou Yuang and the others? Li Wuyi's expression turned serious as he asked, "After this, can we succeed?" Yang Kai replied, "Most likely." Li Wuyi sighed, "You have to endure this humiliation. By the way, the Iron Blood Master asked me to tell you that he has ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain. All the disciples of the High Heaven Palace have been sent back." Yang Kai nodded, "Thank the Iron Blood Master for his kindness on my behalf." He was not an idiot. Naturally, he could see that although the Iron Blood seemed to be venting their anger on the High Heaven Palace, it was actually a form of protection. After all, after what happened to him, it was really inconvenient for the disciples of the High Heaven Palace to show their faces in public. Also, the dragon girl you brought has left. She probably went back to Dragon Island, Li Wuyi added. Fu Ling went back to Dragon Island. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. That's not good. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "There will definitely be more people coming from Dragon Island. If Zhu Qing comes, send her back to the High Heaven Palace for me, and let Su Yan and the others explain it to her. If Great Elder and Second Elder come, let the Great Emperors explain it to them." Li Wuyi nodded. "Rest assured, the Master has his own arrangements. He won't let Dragon Island harbor any resentment." After chatting for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. "It's about time I should go." Li Wuyi solemnly exhorted, "Be careful." "I know." Yang Kai grinned, suddenly raised his hand, and slapped his chest a few times. His emperor chi surged as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, dyeing half of his body a golden yellow. Xiao Yang watched in horror. This little brat can be so ruthless to himself. Yang Kai turned around and tore space, escaping from the void. As soon as he appeared, several powerful auras locked onto him. It was Wen Zishan and the others who had been guarding him. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai said with a ferocious expression, "Everyone, this junior will remember your kindness today, and will repay you generously in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already activated the law of space. With a sway of his body, he disappeared from where he stood. "Where's Master Li?" Zhou Yuang asked with an ugly expression. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi entered the void together. But now Yang Kai came out, and Li Wuyi was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Yuang naturally had a bad feeling about this. As soon as he finished speaking, a white figure appeared. Zhou Yuang turned his head to look, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Wuyi. However, Li Wuyi did not appear alone. Beside him was a pale-faced Xiao Yuyang. Lei Hong was overjoyed when he saw this. "Old Xiao, are you okay?" Xiao Yuyang said with lingering fear. "Fortunately, Master Li found me in time otherwise." He shuddered before he could finish speaking. This was not an act. He had been alone in the void, and was swallowed by the void's turbulence, leaving a psychological shadow. Ma Qing pointed in a direction and said, "That little brat ran that way. Master, what should we do now?" Li Wuyi said with a sullen face, "Chase after him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Saying so, he took the lead in chasing after him. The others naturally did not dare to neglect, and followed closely behind, whether they were willing or not. Yang Kai ran for his life. After half a day, a stream of light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Yu Meng who had left first. With her heart seal secret technique, she could naturally find Yang Kai's location. As soon as she saw Yang Kai covered in blood and his aura weak, Yu Meng's beautiful face turned pale. "You're injured." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Not dying is my greatest luck. Let's go, they're coming." Hearing what he said, Yu Meng did not dare to delay, and hurriedly supported Yang Kai as they left. A month later, at the top of a mountain, Yang Kai stood at the top of a big tree, facing the morning sun with a blank look in his eyes. "What are you thinking about?" Yu Meng leaned over from the side, her fragrance wafting out. Yang Kai coughed a few times and said in a weak voice, "Ru Meng, this world is so big that there is no place for me to stay." For a month, he and Yu Meng had been on the run. Li Wuyi and a few other third-layer Emperor Realm Masters had chased after them like maggots. There were several times when Yang Kai was forced to confront them. Each time, he was beaten until he was covered in wounds, but each time, he managed to escape by the skin of his teeth. Judging from the current situation, these words were not an exaggeration. Although the world was big, with Li Wuyi chasing after them, there was no place for him to stay. Turning around, Yang Kai said, "I'm sorry, I originally wanted to take you to live in seclusion, but now it seems that I have to go back on my word. Don't follow me, let's part ways here." Yu Meng asked, "Are you driving me away again?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "This time is different from the last time. You saw it along the way. Li Wuyi is determined to kill me. I am not his opponent, and it was only by luck that I was able to hold on until now. Maybe next time, or maybe the time after that will be the end." Yu Meng's beautiful eyes flashed. "I heard someone say that if there is no place for you, there will be a place for you. There is more than one star boundary in this world." Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. "Demon territory?" Yu Meng said, "How about it? If you are willing to go to demon territory, I will follow you to demon territory." "Impossible." Yang Kai shook his head decisively. "It is impossible for me to go to demon territory. I have fallen into this situation precisely because I am related to demons. So how could I degrade myself and go to demon territory?" Yu Meng said, "It is precisely because you are related to demons that you can become the demon race's territory and be accepted by the demon race. Don't say any more." Yang Kai looked like he was too lazy to listen to her. Yu Meng, however, appeared in front of him in a flash and looked at him with burning eyes, her pupils exuding a strange light as she softly said, "You have made great contributions to Star Boundary. Most of the space arrays were created by you. Roaring
Go to
Tiger
demon
City
territory
was also defended
Yang
by
Kai
you.
turned his head
and you killed
and looked
millions
at
of
Yu
members
Meng
of the demon race
as if he wanted to eat
but
her
they forced
alive.
you to kill you.
He was obviously
and now
tempted
they are
by
chasing
Yu
after
Meng's
you.
words.
What is there to
Yu
be
Meng
nostalgic
nodded
about
slowly.
in such a place?
Yes, go to demon territory.
Yang Kai frowned
come
when
with
he
me?
heard this. Yang Kai
But his
asked
breathing
again.
was slightly
Yu
heavy.
Meng smiled and bowed
Obviously,
to Yang Kai.
these words made him
This
extremely
mistress is
angry.
willing.
Yu
This
Meng
matter is of
continued
great
to persuade
importance.
him.
Let me
Her
think
voice
about
like
it.
a sleepy whisper.
Yu Rumeng pursed her
Don't
lips
you want to
and
take
said,
revenge?
I can
Don't you want
tolerate
to wash away the
but I don't know
injustice
how
you
much
have
time Li
suffered?
Wui will
Let
give you.
those who are making things difficult for you know how powerful you are,
and let them regret forcing you like this. Don't say any more. Yang Kai roared, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yu Rumeng turned a deaf ear to him and continued. Go to demon territory and seek greater strength. One day, you will be able to return here and let them know what they did was wrong. Chapter 34-37. The Western Territories desert had already become a demon land, where demonic chi lingered and evil flourished. Tens of millions of demon race troops had gathered here, and were constantly marching towards the depths of the star boundary, attacking cities and plundering lands, bringing death and slaughter wherever they went. Under the demon land, even the sky had become gray and dull, as if the world had lost its vitality. Two streams of light swept through the sky one after another, causing countless members of the demon race to raise their heads and grimace, letting out low growls from their throats. In the end, Yang Kai didn't hesitate for too long. After being chased and injured by Li Wui again, he immediately decided to set off for the demon territory in a fit of anger. There was no place for him in the star boundary. If he wanted to become the demon race's territory, he had to pass through the passage between the two worlds in the Western Territories desert, which was the only entrance connecting the two worlds. Along the way, Yang Kai's expression constantly changed, his expression filled with worry. On the other hand, Yu Rumeng was smiling as usual, not showing the slightest fear or worry about the demon territory, and even looking forward to it. The speed of the two was extremely fast, but as they flew over so ostentatiously, they still attracted many devil experts to chase after them. At first, there were only a few devil experts behind them, but in the end, there were hundreds of devil kings behind them. All of them were emitting devil chi that soared into the sky, extremely terrifying. Yang Kai had a bored expression on his face. Fortunately, the entrance to the passage between the two worlds was not far ahead. Yang Kai tightly held Yu Rumeng's hand and whispered, "Don't separate from me later. I'll try to rush in directly, and if it doesn't work, we'll think of another way." Yu Rumeng held Yang Kai's hand and smiled at him. "Don't worry, leave the rest to me." "Leave it to you." Yang Kai frowned and turned to look at her. Yu Rumeng said, "Trust me." Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, then it's up to you." Yu Rumeng giggled and took the lead. She overtook Yang Kai and pulled him forward. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the passage. The entrance to the passageway between the two realms was of great importance. The demon race naturally had a large number of troops stationed here. Just the number of demon king guarding the entrance was more than a dozen. There were also several half-saint realm experts stationed here to guard against the star boundary, sending powerhouses to destroy the entrance. The demon king and half-saint guarding this place sensed the auras of Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng and raised their heads. Many of them immediately revealed sinister smiles. Yu Rumeng, on the other hand, led Yang Kai down and stood in front of the entrance of the passage, her pair of beautiful watery eyes looking around. Yang Kai stood beside her, his eyes sharp and his emperor's chi fluctuating. He looked like he could start a massacre at any time. The hundreds of devil kings that had been chasing them all the way finally arrived. They landed one after another and surrounded the two of them in an instant. Many of them looked at Yu Rumeng's graceful body greedily, revealing lustful expressions. On the other side, a gigantic demon king carrying a huge axe walked forward. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. When he stopped 100 feet away, he pointed the axe that was even taller than a human forward and grinned. "Human, do you want to die?" This demon king's aura was extremely powerful. Although his movements seemed a little clumsy, he was definitely in existence with extraordinary strength. Moreover, he should be one of the strongest demon kings. As soon as he finished speaking, the other demon kings around him let out low chuckles. Since the passage between the two worlds opened and the demon race invaded, no human had come here. Therefore, the arrival of Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng puzzled the group of demon race masters, wondering if these two were crazy. Yu Rumeng smiled and waved her hand, shooting a stream of light towards the demon king in front of her. The demon king reached out and grabbed it, frowning as he glanced at Yu Rumeng, then looked at the object in his hand. At first glance, the demon king's face changed, and he looked up at Yu Rumeng, his mouth wide open as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Yu Rumeng remained calm and smiled sweetly. The demon king's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn, even becoming a little frightened and flattering, nodding and bowing as he said, "Please wait a moment. Allow me to consult the half-saint master." Yu Rumeng gestured for him to do as he pleased. The demon king hurriedly turned around and walked in a certain direction. It seemed that he was really going to consult the half-saint of demon race masters. This strange scene left all the demon kings scratching their heads. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Yang Kai was also confused, quietly approaching Yu Rumeng and asked, "Rumeng, what did you show him? Why did he suddenly become like a dog?" Yu Rumeng giggled. He was originally a dog. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. If such a powerful demon king was a dog, then what was he? Yu Rumeng said, "Okay, don't ask too much, you will know in a while." Yang Kai nodded, tilting his head and said, "I found that you are hiding a big secret." Yu Rumeng winked at him playfully. "A woman with a secret is beautiful. Do you want to know what that secret is?" Yang Kai replied, "If you are willing to tell me, I will listen." Yu Rumeng patted Yang Kai's hand and said, "You will know in a while." While the two were talking, the Demon King, who had left before, came back. At this moment, he had a dignified expression on his face. He quickly walked in front of Yu Rumeng, bowed, and held something with both hands, respectfully handing it to Yu Rumeng. Yang Kai glanced at it, and found that the Demon King was holding a palm-sized token. The token was made of an unknown material. It was dark red in color, as if it was made of blood. There was a distorted ghost-like pattern engraved on the token, as if a tortured soul was howling in pain. At a glance, it seemed to have the power to seize one's soul, and a burst of ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls could be heard in one's mind, shaking one's soul. This should be what Yu Rumeng had thrown to the Demon King before. It was actually a token. Yu Rumeng raised her hand and took the token back, asking lightly, "Can we pass through here?" The Demon King nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes." Saying so, he turned sideways and gestured, "Please." Yu Rumeng didn't even glance sideways as she arrogantly walked past the Demon King. Yang Kai, with a blank look on his face, followed closely behind Yu Rumeng. Looking at Yu Rumeng, and then at the Demon King, he had no place to vent his doubts. Meeting the Demon King's gaze, the Demon King looked at him enviously, and even gave him a thumbs up. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Not long after, Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng entered the passage between the two worlds and disappeared. Only at this moment did the huge Demon King let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had just escaped a calamity. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and grimaced for a while. The several hundred Demon Kings who had chased them all the way here were somewhat confused and asked one after another what was going on. The passage between the two worlds was such an important place, so how could two humans be allowed to enter? The Demon King coldly snorted. "This is the order of the half-saint master. Do you have any objections?" This one sentence silenced the several hundred Demon Kings. Since it was the order of a half-saint, they naturally did not dare to have any objections. But today's matter was extremely strange, and had become an unsolvable mystery. In the void, Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng held hands and flew forward. In the distance there seemed to be a light guiding the two of them, but that light seemed to be quite close. But in fact, it was unknown how far it was. After all, they were traveling between the two worlds, so it was likely that they would not be able to complete it in a short period of time. Suddenly, a powerful divine sense swept over Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's body to tighten and instinctively give birth to a sense of crisis. The strength of this divine sense was definitely not something an ordinary Demon King could possess. Even a half-saint did not have the qualifications to possess it. A demon saint. No, it was more like a demon saint, but more like the divine sense of the great emperors. Yang Kai thought for a moment, and immediately understood who this divine sense belonged to. The Night Shadow Great Emperors. He had long heard that he was guarding the passage between the two worlds, but he did not expect that he had not withdrawn. Martial Beast had said that the Night Shadow Great Emperors had the bloodline of the demon race, and the passage between the two worlds was opened because of him, causing the people in the astral plane to be plunged into misery and suffering. In addition, he had been assassinated by the Assassin Hall before, so Yang Kai did not have the slightest favorable impression of the Night Shadow Great Emperors. His gaze swept over the deep darkness, but he did not find any trace of the Night Shadow Great Emperors. The other party's divine sense had also been scattered and then withdrawn, leaving no trace behind. Yu Meng had obviously also sensed this divine sense, but she had no intention of paying attention to it, only continuing to fly forward. The light ahead was getting closer and closer, and after an unknown amount of time, a suction force came from ahead. It was the suction force of a great world, and Yang Kai and Yu Meng were involuntarily sucked in. Their vision blurred, and they appeared in another world. Before Yang Kai could adapt, a series of powerful divine senses swept over from all directions. There was a demon king, a half-saint, and even a demon saint. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and his entire body tensed up like a leopard, but when he looked up again, his expression became even more solemn. As far as the eye could see, there were countless black heads. The demon race's army had gathered here, constantly sending combat strength to the astral plane through the entrance of the passage between the two worlds. Further away, there were even more demon race members rushing over. The divine senses that shrouded the two quickly dissipated, and the powerhouses of the demon race did not care about their arrival, as if they had already expected it. Only a few demon saints' divine senses lingered on Yang Kai with interest for a while before immediately withdrawing. "Let's go," Yu Meng called out, flying into the sky side by side with Yang Kai. It was only at this time that Yang Kai had the time to investigate the situation in the demon territory. This was a great world that was different from the astral plane. The laws of heaven and earth here seemed to be somewhat chaotic. There was a sun hanging in the sky, but the sun seemed to be blocked by something, giving off a hazy and turbid feeling. The land was barren, and there was little vegetation. Huge ravines ran through the ground, like the intricate patterns on a turtle's back. It was a terrible sight. Chapter 34-38. The demon territory was actually such a barren place? Looking at the current situation, this place was even worse than some of the worst places in the Western Territory. How could such a world nurture so many people of the demon race? However, the world energy here was quite good, but that was only relative to the demon race. If a creature from the star boundary came here, it would be impossible for them to use the world energy here to cultivate, because this place was full of evil demon chi. If they really absorbed the world energy here, it would not be long before they turned into a demon. Flying all the way up, Yang Kai looked down again after an hour, and couldn't help but be stunned, whispering, "The demon territory is so small?" When he first passed by, he didn't notice it, but now that he was looking down from a high enough altitude, he discovered that it was just an irregular piece of land, and he could see the edge of it at a glance. If the vast expanse of the starry sky was compared to the sea, then the continent below was a lone island in the sea. This isolated island was estimated to be only a few 100,000 kilometers wide, surrounded by the endless void. Strictly speaking, a few 100,000 kilometers was not small, but the demon territory was a large world. Could this be considered a large world? It couldn't be compared to the star boundary at all. But if this was the case, how could there be so many people in the demon race? Even a powerful existence like the demon saint was born? Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Yu Rumeng said, "This is only a corner of the demon territory. The entire demon territory is like a broken mirror, and what you see now is just a fragment." A broken mirror? Yang Kai looked at her in amazement, but this description was very vivid, allowing Yang Kai to outline a prototype of the demon territory in his mind. Yu Rumeng nodded and said, "Fragments like the ones you see in front of you have formed the entire demon area. Some are big, some are small, and there are countless of them. Each fragment is both a continent and a small world. They are independent of each other but are closely connected. Isn't it strange?" Yang Kai solemnly said, "I've never heard of such a thing." This was really an eye-opener for him. Yu Rumeng giggled. "This is the demon territory. If you don't see it for yourself, you won't be able to understand its wonders." "Why is this happening?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. No wonder he felt that the laws of heaven and earth here were a little chaotic. The entire world was made up of fragments, and each fragment was equivalent to an independent small world. It would be strange if the laws of heaven and earth were not chaotic. Yu Rumeng said, "I'm afraid he's sick." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "A world can get sick?" Yu Rumeng turned her head and looked at him. "A world will also come to an end. The territory of the demons is the end of the road." Yang Kai nodded in agreement and asked, "How do we connect these fragments?" The army of the demon race was definitely not something that this continent could have. They were definitely drawn from countless small fragments. Since they could come here, it meant that these fragments could communicate with each other. "Realm gates," Yu Rumeng explained and pointed up. "Look over there, that's the realm gate." Yang Kai looked in the direction she pointed and found that in the void, there was a dark oval passage, like a black hole in the void, leading to the unknown. Every fragment has one or more realm gates that connect to the nearby continents. Through the realm gates, you can communicate with each other. So that's how it is. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened and said in surprise, "So, there are also existences in the demon territory who are proficient in the laws of space?" Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly. "No, these realm gates were not opened by humans, they were naturally formed. Superlative craftsmanship." Yang Kai praised and suddenly thought of a question. "Won't these realm gates disappear?" "They will." Yu Rumeng's eyelashes fluttered. "If all the realm gates of a continent disappear, then the fragment where the continent is located will completely lose contact with the demon territory, and the demon territory will lose a small world. Has this happened before?" Yang Kai frowned. Yu Rumeng smiled and said, "It has happened many times." While talking, the two had already arrived in front of the realm gate. From a distance, this realm gate was not very big, but upon closer inspection, this realm gate was huge and could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people at a time. Before they could get close, a powerful suction force came from the realm gate, And even someone as strong as Yang Kai felt himself being sucked in involuntarily. Yu Ruming shouted, "Protect yourself, don't get hurt." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately pushed his Emperor Qi, and in the next instant, he and Yu Ruming were sucked into the world gate, leaving this fragment and entering another fragment. The surroundings were quiet and the sun was dazzling. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked behind him, showing a look of surprise. "Why aren't there any realm gates here?" Yu Ruming explained, "Most realm gates are not two-way. After you enter a realm gate, you will be randomly teleported to a place on that fragment, so you naturally can't see the realm gate here." Yang Kai gently nodded and was silent for a while before looking up at Yu Ruming and asking, "Ruming, who are you?" Yu Ruming pursed her lips and smiled. "Finally can't hold it in anymore." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "You know so much about the demon territory, so you are obviously not from the star boundary. Even the great emperors don't know much about the demon territory, let alone others. If I'm not wrong, you belong to the demon race, right?" "Yes." Yu Ruming looked at him playfully. "You seem to know a lot about the demon race, so please guess again, which race do I belong to?" Yang Kai laughed. "You are making it difficult for me. Although I know a little about the demon race, I am not a member of the demon race, so how can I guess?" After a pause, he said, "There are hundreds of races in the demon territory, each with their own divine technique. If I had to guess, I would guess that you belong to the succubus demon race." Yu Ruming covered her chest and laughed. "You really do know a lot about the demon race." Yang Kai looked at her dumbfoundedly. "Are you really a succubus demon?" In his heart, he thought, "I have already guessed it. Only a succubus demon can be so charming." Yu Ruming took a deep breath and tilted her head to look at him. "You have been suspecting me for a long time, haven't you?" If not, Yang Kai would not have asked her such sensitive questions before. Yang Kai said calmly, "Suspicion is just suspicion after all, there is no proof. But I am curious, even if you are a succubus demon, how can you disguise yourself as Li Shiqing and not let the great emperor see through you?" "Because..." Yu Ruming smiled faintly, and her aura suddenly changed greatly at this moment. An extremely terrifying power fluctuated from her graceful body, and the surrounding demonic qi rolled and poured into her body. Her second-order emperor realm cultivation suddenly soared. Third-order emperor realm, peak third order, fake emperor, great emperors. "I am a demon saint." Yu Ruming's entire body was surrounded by devil qi. At this moment, her face had also become blurry, making it hard for people to see her clearly. However, this kind of haziness had a fatal temptation, making everyone want to get close to her, push aside the fog that was covering her face, and see her beautiful face. The surrounding void seemed like it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. He was completely shocked. Yu Ruming was a member of the demon race. This he had long guessed. After all, he had been with Yu Ruming for such a long time. It was impossible for her to not give herself away. It was precisely because he guessed that Yu Ruming was a member of the demon race that Yang Kai teamed up with the Iron Blood Great Emperor to put on a good show. He even asked Li Wuyi to track him down, creating a situation where he had no place in the star boundary. Then, Yu Ruming proposed to bring him into the territory of the demon race to become the demon race. Yu Ruming had other intentions towards him. She had told him this when they first met. After racking his brains, he finally got his wish and entered the demon race's territory. But Yang Kai never expected that Yu Ruming was actually a demon saint. This was a demon saint, an existence comparable to the great emperors. Everything made sense now. No wonder half-Saint Baizhua retreated without a fight in front of Roaring Tiger City. Now that he thought about it, Baizhua obviously saw Yu Ruming and recognized her identity. So he retreated, causing hundreds of thousands of demon race soldiers to suffer heavy casualties. No wonder the Demon King's attitude suddenly changed in front of the passage between two worlds when he received the dark red token and let them pass through without any obstruction. A demon saint's token was equivalent to a demon saint's personal arrival. So how could the Demon King dare to disobey? And when a demon saint brought Yang Kai into the territory of the demon race, to become the demon race's territory, others naturally wouldn't stop them. Yu Rumeng was a fucking devil saint. Yang Kai almost thought that he was dreaming and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't expect this. Just when he was absent-minded, Yu Rumeng suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Human ant, how dare you not kneel when you see this saint?" The demon saint's pressure filled the air, causing Yang Kai's bones to creak. It was as if several mountains were pressing down on his body, and his knees couldn't help but bend down. What's wrong with
Yang
the demon
Kai
saint?
suddenly raised his
He
eyes
had touched her
and looked at Yu Rumeng with a
and
burning
even
gaze.
spanked her buttocks more
A
than
dragon's
once.
roar sounded.
Yu Rumeng
and
really
his whole
didn't
body
have the
was
slightest
covered
bit
in
of
golden
dignity
light
in front of him.
He resisted the
But the
demon
aura
saint's
of the aura
aura
with the
saint was
supreme
real.
dragon's might.
So if she
Really
really
pushed
pushed
her
her
full
full
and shouted,
strength,
Yang
Kneel
Kai
my
would not
ass.
be able to
If
bear
you
it.
dare to mess around
I was just
again,
joking with
I'll
you.
beat you up.
Yu Rumeng didn't give up.
Yu Rumeng
and moved
smiled
her head
sweetly
closer
and
again.
quietly looked at
Yang
him.
Kai said
After
with a
a
cold
while,
face,
that
"This
sensational
joke isn't
pressure
funny at
suddenly
all.
disappeared
You're
without
tuning
a
in
trace.
to the Li Mei's
The
Wuxia
huge
Whispers
pressure suddenly
YouTube channel.
disappeared.
We're
But
so
Yang
grateful
Kai's
for your
face turned
support.
red,
And don't
he
forget
almost
to
spat out
subscribe
blood.
to join us
He
on this
hurriedly cast
incredible
a
journey
spell to
through
regulate his
captivating
breathing.
stories.
Yu Rumeng
Your
moved her head
generosity
closer
through
and
donations
smiled.
truly
Was
makes
it
a
fun?
world of difference.
Get lost,
as it's
the
the primary
primary
source
source
of
of
revenue
and pushed her
that
face
allows
to
me
the
to
side.
expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.